Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now going to resume our afternoon public hearings. With that being said, I'm going to ask Mr. McDermott to please call the first witness we have here to testify this afternoon for the benefit of the viewing public. We are going to hear from SEPTA along with our Department of Parks and Recreation.
Our first witness this afternoon is the Chief Executive Officer and General Manager of SEPTA, Leslie Richards.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon. Leslie Richards, welcome. Please state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Leslie Richards, General Manager and CEO of SEPTA. Thank you for having me here. I know President Clark had to step out for a second, but Leader Parker, it's all City Council here today. So thanks for inviting us today. Good afternoon to Council President Clark, Transportation Committee Chair Johnson, Leader Parker, of course, members of City Council, and other guests. I'm pleased to be joined by SEPTA board members, Deputy Managing Director Michael Carroll and Deputy Mayor Deborah Mahler. Members of the SEPTA team representing a variety of departments are also joining me today. And they will chime in if we need any more detail than I'm able to provide today. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you to discuss SEPTA's fiscal year 2023 operating budget request and provide you with an overall overview of SEPTA initiatives and milestones reached over the past year. We thank you for your consideration of SEPTA's budget request and your continued support. I'm optimistic about SEPTA's future and the important role our service will continue to play in building a more equitable, prosperous, and resilient community for everyone. The city and region need a strong SEPTA system to support recovery, and we are working to rebuild ridership to meet this moment. However, broader societal challenges, particularly those related to violence, homelessness, and substance use disorder, have never been greater. It will take consistent, strong partnerships with the city and stakeholders to bring about meaningful improvements and restore the vibrancy of our great city. Today, SEPTA is providing more than 500,000 daily passenger trips, and in March, we reached pandemic-era ridership highs of 53% of pre-COVID ridership on transit and 44% of pre-COVID ridership on regional rail. While hopeful, these ridership numbers also expose significant obstacles. Ridership has never been slower to recover than even our most conservative projections. It has been slower to recover, I apologize, impacting fare box revenues, and SEPTA's operating budget is increasingly reliant on short-term federal COVID relief, which will be exhausted in 2024. SEPTA's fiscal year 2023 budget, for which we are seeking matching funding from the City of Philadelphia, is designed to address those challenges and more. One focus of the budget is our continuing prioritization of safety and security. This year's budget increases spending on safety and security by 50%. The increase is up to $53 million for a variety of staffing increases and third-party contracts to support our policing efforts. SEPTA's 210 transit police officers are exceptional public servants who protect our customers and employees every day, and we are working to give them the personnel and resources they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. The challenges related to the recruitment and retention of qualified police officers is a national crisis. SEPTA is actively recruiting new officers. We will be meeting with the Fraternal Order of Transit Police this week to discuss options around how to make transit police compensation as competitive as possible in the current job market. We are also deploying supplementary personnel, which act as a force multiplier that maximizes our existing transit police force. Over the past 2 years, we have established the Transit Police SAVE Unit, our SCOPE program, standing for Safety, Cleaning, Ownership, Partnership, and Engagement. And this week, we will formally introduce the next component of our safety program, SEPTA Outreach Specialists, who will be on the Market Frankford and Broad Street lines to assist customers and alert police to incidents. To be clear, none of these auxiliary programs are replacements for law enforcement. However, when fully staffed, these 145 additional eyes and ears will free up officers to focus on law enforcement activities. These efforts are starting to yield some encouraging signs that indicate incidents of violent crime reported on the system have gone down in the first quarter of this year as ridership increased from January through March. SEPTA customers can only realize transit's equity, affordability, and sustainability benefits if they feel safe riding. And we are doing more than we ever have to address safety and security, but we cannot do it alone. We value our partnerships with the Philadelphia Police Department, City Council, Mayor Kenny, and the various city agencies all working to address our most pressing concerns. Continued collaboration is needed to marshal our collective compassion, will, and resources to return riders to SEPTA and strengthen the city. SEPTA continues to make equity, diversity, and inclusion the cornerstones for how we serve our customers, build our workforce, and use our financial resources now and going forward. Building on fair enhancements enacted during the pandemic, including free transfers on transit, free rides for children under 12, and new 3-day passes, this year's budget includes fare reductions on 1- and 3-day passes, creates a new neighborhood Flex Day Pass, which provides city residents enhanced and affordable access to SEPTA Regional Rail, and makes permanent the new SEPTA Key Advantage, the pilot that began this week with Wawa, Penn Medicine, and Drexel, and 63% of eligible employees signed up, which is very promising. Expansion plans are already underway. SEPTA maintains a strong and diverse workforce of 9,045 employees who reflect our ridership and the communities we serve. 51% of SEPTA employees live in Philadelphia, 68% of our workforce are minorities, and 23% are women. SEPTA's Human Resources Division is on pace to hire more than 900 employees this year. In the last 3 years, 76% of SEPTA new hires are minorities and 30% are female. Over the past year, minority employees in leadership positions has increased by nearly 10%, from 587 in 2021 to 642 today. There are currently 321 women in leadership roles at SEPTA, an increase of 64 from just last year. And for the first time in SEPTA's history, 4 women in senior leadership roles report directly to the CEO. We are creating a new equity and inclusion division, which will promote equitable and inclusive environment for our workforce, as well as broader and equitable economic opportunities for disadvantaged minority and women-owned firms in our region. Who we contract with has always mattered in SEPTA's efforts to advance equity and provide opportunities to diverse businesses. From fiscal year 2016 to 2020, SEPTA awarded more than 16% of its federal funded contract dollars to disadvantaged business enterprise firms, or DBEs. To learn more about our business partners, we asked all companies registered to do business with SEPTA to self-identify their business certification type, ethnicity, and gender. Over the last 5 years, among the companies that have self-identified, SEPTA purchased $163 million in goods and services from disadvantaged women and minority-owned firms. Following passage of the federal bipartisan infrastructure law, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create generational wealth for small minority and women-owned firms in the infrastructure space. To put this commitment into practice, I was honored last week to sign SEPTA up as one of the first 5 charter signatories to the Equity and Infrastructure Project, a new national initiative that will strengthen contracting with historically underutilized businesses. SEPTA is developing a small business set-aside program with the goal of increasing the number of prime contracting opportunities. We utilize this contracting approach in awarding contracts for the SEPTA Outreach Specialist Program, resulting in the awarding of 2 of the 3 contracts to Philadelphia area Black-owned firms. Finally, this will be a critical year for SEPTA's long-range future. Our fiscal year 2023 capital budget proposal is the largest in our history at more than $1.1 billion And over the next 12 years, we intend to invest $11.4 billion to rebuild and modernize our infrastructure and vehicles to create a region that is equitable, sustainable, and prosperous for everyone. The budget will allow SEPTA to address its $4.6 billion state of good repair backlog and to move forward on our projects of regional significance, including trolley modernization, King of Prussia Rail, and replacing one of the nation's oldest rail vehicle fleets. And I am proud that we allocate funding to make all remaining Broad Street and Market Frankford Line stations fully ADA accessible. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to advance SEPTA's priorities on behalf of our customers, find solutions to collective challenges, and achieve our shared goals. Thanks so much for this opportunity to be with you here this afternoon, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so very much, Leslie, for your testimony and for all of your work and you and members of your team. I want to start on an issue that by all accounts is by far the most important issue confronting our city right now. And obviously, as mentioned in your testimony, you all feel the same for your ridership. And that is the issue of public safety in our great city of Philadelphia and on our mass transit systems. So I want you to tell me, if you will, I think the number you mentioned, and you tell me if I'm accurate, was that there was a $53 million investment in safety measures at SEPTA.
Yeah.
If so, start for us at a point of contention right now in our city with the number of cameras that we have up and running and being monitored. So we have, our Commerce Department cameras, our Police Department cameras, then Streets Department cameras. In your testimony, you mentioned SEPTA has 30,000 stationary and moving cameras. I want to know, one, are these cameras integrated with the city's camera system? And is there any effort or coordination between SEPTA's officers, the Philadelphia Police Department, so that we can, one, maximize the use of those resources, because that footage is essential to law enforcement's efforts to solve crime, and the intergovernmental cooperation and planning that you referenced in your testimony?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for that question. I completely agree that the collaboration is what is going to help us improve the situation. And so, first of all, let me go over the $53.3 million that we are currently spending in this operating budget. Just to break that down a little bit for you. So $24.8 million is for Transit Police Department, and that includes a new virtual patrol center that we are that we are staffing up right now. That's 8 new positions to watch the 30,000 cameras in real time, as well as grab recordings from those cameras in a very proactive way. It includes over $3 million that we are spending with our System Safety Division. It includes over $6 million for the first year of our Outreach Services contract, which is focused directly on the Market Frankford line and the Broad Street line to get 88 extra people with uniforms as eyes and ears and reporting information directly back to our transit police.
And these are the SEPTA outreach specialists you referenced.
I'm sorry, the $6 million is the outreach services contracts. I'm sorry. The $3.6 million is for the outreach specialist contracts.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yes. And so that includes, the 6.6 includes our social service outreach as well, so that we can sensitively and compassionately outreach to those members of the vulnerable population as well. With drug addiction and mental health issues. And so the other number I want to add, there's a few others, but the other large number that I want to add is an additional $14.8 million for our maintenance custodians, because we know that you don't feel safe on our system unless our system is clean. And so we are upgrading there as well. Now, you asked about our cameras. So the breakdown of our cameras is we have 2,500 cameras in our facilities, on our platforms, in our stations. And those cameras, similar to the ones that have been discussed in the newspapers with the New York City incident, those are in our stations. Then in addition, we have 28,000 cameras, and they are on our vehicles, and they are in other places that we can monitor as well. So that is how we add up to the 30,000.
Leslie, I want you to help me here, because for the viewing public, they heard that number: 30,000 cameras, 2,500 facilities, stations, platforms, but 28,000 on vehicles and other places. You said you were creating 8 new positions to monitor those cameras. So the total amount of folks.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I want you to explain. How many people are monitoring those cameras in real time for SEPTA on a shift basis?
So right now we have transit police officers who are monitoring those cameras in real time. But obviously with 30,000, we don't have 30,000 police officers. As I mentioned, we have 210. And we have, those that have that as a full-time position up in our control center. Anyone who comes, and you're all welcome to come and tour our control center. You can see the corner of the control center that is monitored by the transit police, and they are watching the cameras at all times. However, they're listening when an operator calls something in, when a person calls something in, when we hear about something, and then they'll grab that camera and then they'll watch the live feed. The 8 additional positions will be dedicated to a virtual patrol department. This is a new idea for us, and we are open to all new ideas, by the way, so that they can monitor those cameras also in full time. But as we get calls from our own employees, as we get reports through the Transit Watch app, which I really want everyone to understand, there is a free Transit Watch app that is available on your phone. Please download it, SEPTA Transit Watch. And there, our customers, our riders, members of the public can report things they see in real time. Anything from cleanliness to behavior to smoking, anything that they see, they can report. Fare evasion. And again, that helps our transit police respond. And again, it would also help those who are monitoring the cameras to look at them. And there's a very good chance if you're doing something you shouldn't be doing on our system, you are going to be caught on camera. You are going to be identified, and you will be dealt with in the legal system.
Leslie,
so we want to get that out.
Leslie, thank you for that response and getting that information on the record. That idea of a virtual patrol department is the kind of innovation that can make you maximize scarce resources at a time when more is needed. And to be quite frank, although we've been able to rely on federal assistance to plug holes, those good times are going to be gone very soon. And so we have to find a way to do much more, right, with a little bit less. So hopefully the city of Philadelphia, we're paying attention to this, and maybe this innovative strategy about this virtual patrol department is something that we can consider. Having been one extremely vested, and I want to state this for the record, you talk about the largest capital budget in history due to the federal infrastructure money along with the bond sale, but we consistently have this decrease in ridership, right, because of remote work. And I'm glad, we're being straightforward and say if people don't think it's safe and clean, they are not going to ride, while we're trying to sort of get through what is this global pandemic. I want you to give us an update, right now of where you are in Harrisburg. As a proud advocate very early on for Act 89, it did great things, but a lot of that work was in jeopardy. What strides have you made in Harrisburg?
Sure. Well, the biggest issue we had with this budget was getting that bondable sustainable funding, which you just referred to. And again, without getting into the weeds, unless City Council wants me to, it was not asking the state for more money. but it was asking for the money to come from a different source. So instead of coming from Turnpike funding, which the Turnpike was able to get through bonding, they had borrowed on it once, so by the time it came to us, we could not borrow on it. Now it comes out of the vehicle sales tax, and we can borrow on it. And that's where we see the biggest increase. So now with that bondable, sustainable funding, we are going out for a bond for this next year for $400 million, and we are putting it directly to good use. We have a $4.6 billion state of good repair list, and we are ready. A major portion of that is to vehicle replacements. We have the oldest rail fleet in the country. I used to say one of the oldest, but I'm pretty sure we're the oldest at this point. It is
Leslie, because I have several members who are in queue now, and Council Member Jones is going to follow us. I appreciate your getting that information on the record and just affirming for this council and the public how, in fact, you are making these historic capital improvements. You know, I always say, don't forget that economic development at these stations. I think of 52nd Street, I think of Market Street, I think of Broad Knowley across the city. And the neighborhoods, right? That's extremely important to improving the quality of life and public safety in those regions. So while you're working on that, we want you to keep those areas in mind. But also, I want you to close for me on this issue of staffing, recruitment, and retention challenges. Make no mistake about it, the men and women who are employed on the ground, TWU 234, they are essential workers. They were in the midst of this pandemic, and they still are. Tell us about the challenge with recruiting and or retaining safety officers, but also have there been challenges with men and women willing to take the risk to drive our buses, and or our subways, and what are you doing to enhance recruiting? Anything associated with higher wages, benefits packages, any other state or federal revenue streams that are coming in that can help you with hiring and or wage issues? Because I'm going to see if we can learn something from what you're doing.
Sure. No, I appreciate it. First of all, we would not have been able to operate throughout the pandemic and get essential workers to where they needed to be without our frontline workers. They came to work every single day to connect people with the vital opportunities that they needed to provide for their own families, for themselves, for those that they care about. And I cannot say enough about them. It has been hard coming to work every single day throughout the pandemic, and it is difficult being on the front lines all the time. I was just speaking to one of the bus operators on Friday as I was getting around the city, and he was sharing with me how things are feeling better right now. He did share with me that he appreciates not having to remind everybody about masking. You know, while we definitely wanted the masks and we want everyone to be safe, it was an extra burden on our own operators. He's also one of our operators who just has a happy hello to everybody, smiles, you know, and he's just talking about how he meets people when they're not having the best parts of their day, and I really enjoyed, you know, listening to him. Recruiting for bus operators is difficult, and I just came back from Columbus, where I was there this weekend with other rail CEOs across the country, and everybody is having a problem with recruiting bus operators. I can tell you what we're doing because I was asked to share it to this national audience, because SEPTA is being seen as leaders and being proactive in working on this. So you may have already seen some advertisements on the back of our vehicles on billboards, welcoming and showing our current operators who are part of this program for us. I'm very proud that back in October, we had an early agreement with TWU, and we were very happy that we were able to offer them a pandemic bonus, that we were able to offer them Juneteenth as an official holiday, that we were able to offer a parental leave policy, which I'll be honest, I was surprised they didn't already have. I think every business should have that. And so we were very proud of that. And from what I understand, because I haven't been involved closely with a lot of union negotiations, the fact that we did it early, days early, just showed how we were really, in positive discussions. And so we're very happy with that 2-year agreement. We are, also making sure that people understand when they come on as a bus operator or a maintenance custodian or other frontline work, that it's an opportunity for upward mobility here. I've actually attended in person some of our resume workshops, particularly with our maintenance custodians. So they know they can stay where they are, or they also have the opportunity to change and use their skills.
Is that the same for the police department?
So with the police department, we're looking to recruit with them. In fact, this week we're meeting with FOTP to talk about salaries, to talk about competition with salaries in today's market. So I'm looking forward to that. And we're also undergoing a compensation study to see where our compensation is, along with other groups. We've hired a national firm to help us there.
While you obviously have your own buses and trolleys that you could advertise on, outside of that, how much in the budget do you quantifiably spend on marketing for recruiting for SEPTA? I don't care if it's for bus drivers, any SEPTA employment, law enforcement. Do you have a dollar amount marketing budget?
I know it is in this budget, and I will get you that exact number. I don't have it at the top of my head, but I'll get it for you. And I have a feeling I'll have it for you by the end of this this budget hearing, because I have a room next to me of someone who's probably looking it up right now for you.
Thank you so very much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those were good, insightful questions. I want to start out, Ms. Richards, by thanking you for meeting with me in advance. Right after the issue of safety came up, when the person was attacked on the subway, you did not shrink away from it, got your team together. As Chair of Public Safety, you met with me, and I discovered a great many things that might be eye-opening to people, that if we looked at safety, that there is a good track record that you actually have, not only just for crime in general, but for apprehension of those individuals that commit those crimes. That those same cameras are the cameras that, when the Macy's rape happened, that individual got on the Market Frankfurt line, got off in West Philly. We were able to track them through cameras and come and identify that suspect and apprehend them. So it's not a perfect process that doesn't give much comfort to the person riding home after a shift change, that they're on a safe line. The perception of safety is different than the actual statistic of who is safe and where. So with that in mind, talk to me about warm handoffs of our riders from, let's say, at the Clothespin, 15th and Market, to a place in my district like 60th Street. How well do you coordinate with the Philadelphia Police Department in those kinds of warm handoffs of riders?
Sure. First of all, I just want to thank you for reaching out, as many city council members did. We appreciate it. When we have a tough weekend, and obviously Philly does too, it's nice to know that we're all trying to work together on something. As we discussed, we are seeing a decrease in the numbers of violent crimes on our system. I'm happy to report that in the first quarter of this year, as ridership increased, and we see this, as ridership increases, incidents of crime decrease. So in the first quarter of 2021, when we were carrying 24.5 million trips, we had 301 violent crimes reported. And then in January, February, and March, in quarter one of this year, when we had 35.1 million trips, it decreased significantly to 240. So just to give an example, I want to give numbers behind, what we're seeing. So reported robberies went down by a third, and reported aggravated assaults went down by half. And that is because we saw an increase in ridership. So just want to make sure people are making that connection. Now, you asked about if you get on in 15th Street and we get off in your district. So we talked at length about the Transit Watch app. I'd like to tie it to that first. And that is, you had asked about some of the categories of people reporting incidents in the Transit Watch app. So I did get background information for you on that. And I just wanted to let you know that the 5 top categories being reported are smoking, drug use, fare evasion, cleanliness reports, and fare sellers that are observed at different areas. All of those reports are extremely helpful to us. As soon as we receive those reports to the Transit Watch app, and I want those who are joining us today at the public hearing to understand the different types of reports that come in through that app. They go straight to our Transit Police Dispatch, and we start reviewing and start seeing what we can do to address those issues. Now, the top 5 locations where we are receiving those reports include 15th Street, which you mentioned. So I just wanted to let you know 30th Street is also one of the top 5. And so just wanted to let you know what that looks like on the system. We collaborate with the Philadelphia Police. The relationship between our Transit Police and Philadelphia Police is fantastic. I interact. I see Commissioner Outlaw on more than one occasion, I should say, because we are collaborating. In fact, our women in transit, if they wanted one speaker to speak to their luncheon this year, and they all requested that Commissioner Outlaw be that speaker. They've heard so many good things about her. They've heard from our own transit police how that collaboration is going on. And so that discussion, initially Leader Parker also asked about collaboration with the Philadelphia Police, and it is very strong, it is very good, and it is the only way that we can all work on these larger issues related to the crime we are seeing here in the region. And so I'm happy to report that is there, and when the communication needs to be as people get on the system and off the system, I will say our transit police are the main eyes and ears while you're on our system. But as soon as you are off, we have to walk to our stations. You have to access our stations. And so that is where the collaboration of Philly Police Department and Transit Police is very strong.
So in our previous conversation, you enlightened me that there are cameras and panic buttons on each of the L cars. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what we aspire to do is to have those virtual patrols that member Leader Parker talked about, so that we can have live eyes on people. So not so much to chronicle and document crime, but to prevent it. And that is something that you are aspiring to do?
Yes, I want to give credit to Chief Nistel for coming up with the idea. And I also just want to make sure everyone's aware that there are 2 of those red buttons on each Market Frankford line car and 6 on each Broad Street line car. So please, next time you're on one of those cars, look around. We do ask our customers to be aware. Obviously, when you press one of those buttons, it's a very noticeable action. And if that's what's best in the situation, please do that. But again, please download the Transit Watch app, because if you want to get something to our police in a more confidential way, maybe you don't want to draw attention to yourself, maybe you don't feel comfortable where you are, do it through the app. So you can also do that, in a quiet way as well. So
let me then say that perception of crime. How are we? So I know during the pandemic you went through a almost invasion of people who were homeless, and how has that changed since the pandemic is officially over? How are we seeing decreasing numbers of those individuals that are in need of housing?
We are, and I think it's through a combination of things. One that I would like to take credit for, but it is Mother Nature, and that is warmer weather. So we are seeing people not using our system as shelter so much. And I just want to put that out there, because we know when there's raining, when there's bad weather events, when the weather starts to get colder again, that's when we see, an uptick. So I do want to give credit to the warmer weather. But I also want to get credit to our SCOPE program, our SAVE program. We have had contacts with the vulnerable population. We have moved over 100 members of the vulnerable population into treatment, into transitional housing. We are trying, one conversation at a time to get people to the help and the services that the city provides, that other nonprofits provide, working toward that goal as well. We know that there are multiple contacts needed. 2 quick things on our SCOPE program that I'm very proud of, and we are getting national attention. And that is bringing in university students, first-year medical students, who are engaging with the vulnerable population. For instance, if they see that they're in pain, maybe they have chapped skin, maybe they have a swollen ankle that they're not getting care for, they can start having the conversation, is that giving you discomfort? And start to have that conversation where then we can engage and let them know about different services that are there for them. And then we just kicked off another one with another local university with undergrad students that are majoring in environmental sciences, as well as safety and public service. And they, again, are having similar type of conversations to open up those types of communications where we hope to connect people to services and eventually permanent housing.
So my time is up, but what I would like to end on is during the pandemic, you went to a vigorous cleaning schedule for those L cars. Was it twice a day? Number one, is that still
at
in
least
effect? And the second part was that due to bed bugs, we were removing cloth seating. How much of that was actually completed, and do we have any more to remove? Cloth seating in transit buses and also subways.
Sure. So first of all, yes, that schedule is continuing. I can also tell you tomorrow we are announcing a spring cleaning blitz schedule, and it's concentrating several Market Frankfurt line stations as well as Broad Street lines, where we will be closing stations at 8 p.m. Friday through Sunday and reopening at 5 a.m. Where we can do deep cleans. Of course, they're also, they're spread out during times so that people are aware of them. We're going to come out with that schedule. Just to give you an example, on the Market Frankfurt line, it's going to involve Somerset, 13th Street, 34th Street, and Huntington stations. And on the Broad Street line, we're going to start off with North Philadelphia, and then we're also going to include Ellsworth Federal and Wyoming stations as an initial summer schedule. So I just wanted to announce that. And then on the bed bug issue, cloth seating is still being removed, but that cloth seating only exists right now in our articulated buses, those longer buses. And, we can get you the exact number. I can tell you that bed bugs have not been brought up as a major issue since I've been here. So that's since January of 2020. And so just to let you know that it has not gotten to the point where I'm hearing about that as a major focus or an issue that we're having. But I think a lot of that is because most of those cloth seats had been removed before I got here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Just for the benefit of our colleagues in queue, we have Council Members Johnson, O, Sanchez, Bass, and Gim. Chair recognizes Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you very much, Leslie.
Hi, Chairman.
How are you today?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. First, I want to give a shout out to part of your team, Ms. Wendy Green Harvey, for always keeping me in the loop and communicating and letting me know. Even if it's a no, she'll still call back and say, hey, Councilman, here's where we're at in terms of some of your questions. But most of the time, she's calling me with favorable responses in terms of helping us address the issues throughout the 2nd Councilmanic District in the city of Philadelphia as a whole. And I also want to just thank my good friend, Fran Kelly, who also been very supportive of the initiatives that I have been working on throughout the 2nd Councilmanic District for a significant period of time, and your SEPTA team as a whole. Just a couple things around the issue of public safety. Obviously, it's a very, very critically and dear issue to me. And so give me an idea of the number of the civilian officers, and say the name of the team that you actually hired that are civilians that kind of supplements the SEPTA transit officers.
Yeah, the outreach specialists. We're adding 88. Our chief is here as well. So if you want to dig into any of those numbers, I just want to let you know that he's here if he wants to turn his camera on to respond as well.
Sure. So you have a total of 88, or you have budgeted for 88?
Go ahead, Chief.
Council member, the total number that we budgeted for is 88. 8 of them are working the overnight shift, and they've taken the responsibility of opening and closing the stations so that police officers don't have to do that. 40 are working day shift, and 40 are working the evening shift. We're not up to that number yet, but ideally they will be at that number, and those folks at this time are riding on trains.
Okay, awesome. And beyond the 88, what's your overall targeted number that you would like to have to feel more comfortable overall in terms of supplementing your officers?
Well, I mean, ideally, we would love to see someone on every train, but that's a budgetary issue, you know.
I'd like to hear that, though, because that's the direction I think we need to go into, just simply for the fact that, and all of you have seen this time and time again, we've seen more and more incidents actually happen on a SEPTA transit station. I'm South Philly born and raised all my life, so I know the Orange Line, similar to Mark Swiller, right? Probably Jim Kenney as well. That's all we've taken as children growing up, right? Going across the city of Philadelphia. And so, you know, for me, it's imperative that whatever we can do to be supportive of that process of keeping individuals safe, you know, I'm willing to step up and do. We talked about 210 officers in your testimony, Ms. Richards. How many of those 210 individuals are actually budgeted for or positions that are vacant? You're on mute.
Okay. We have 260 positions budgeted, and we currently have 230. Just to let you know, in any year, we usually have between 220 and 230 filled. So we never have all 260, even before the pandemic. So I just want to put that into context. And so we have approximately 9% vacancy, which is in line with Philly, the Philadelphia Police Department, as well as what we're seeing, you know, nationally.
Okay. And Chief Nelson, do we have plainclothes officers? Do we have like a narcotics undercover unit that actually travels the L and travels our the Orange Line as well?
Yes, and I'll let the chief add, and I think you wanted to add one more thing to more fully answer your question also.
Yeah, boss, you said we have 230. We have 210. Generally, over the years, we've had 230 to 240 officers. So although we're budgeted for 260, historically we have never been at that number. As far as undercover personnel go, we do. It's called the Special Investigations Unit, and that is primarily their function is doing narcotics work, and they work in coordination with the Philadelphia Police Department's narcotics unit.
And last but not least, what's the strategy for recruitment? I mean, obviously, you know, as my colleague, Councilman Jamie Guerriere would say, and I agree with, we have been in a constant state of emergency, right? We're coming out of a pandemic, which none of us have ever seen, so we do understand those challenges, but nevertheless, when it comes to gun violence, right, and violence in general, we even talking about just the fights on the train stations, but also the shootings and so forth. Like, what's our overall strategy to aggressively recruit, more officers? But I am happy to hear about the outreach specialists, because Councilman Curtis Jones says something that's very, very important. A lot of times it's just presence, right? When you got rather young people that's on the train that want to get involved in something they shouldn't be involved in, when they see someone like in University City, they have University City District officers, right? They're not police officers, but they ride around on bicycles in University City with uniforms on that look like they're police officers. So you're going to perk up when you see them. You're going to think twice before you see them, right? So I like the outreach specialists that you have added, and hopefully we can get at least one on every subway, right? I would support something along those lines. But what is our aggressive strategy to recruit more officers? And then also, have you thought about some of the technology? I know in New York right now, they have this technology that you can't come on the train if you got a gun. Now, I don't know how they're going about enforcing it, but the same way they have turnstiles, right? You go through that turnstile, boop, boop. Young person got a gun on them, or you have a license to carry. But you have to be accountable to someone getting on and off that train if you have a gun with that new turnstile system that they have. So have we ever thought of that type of technology? And also, what are our strategy for recruiting officers?
Sure. Chief, why don't you, I'll fill in if anything gets missed, but why don't you talk about, because I know we've been heavily recruiting. Obviously, our HR department is helping us with this as well. And, we're doing what we can. But go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, council member, there was actually a meeting today with HR. HR is working very well with us. They're dedicating folks specifically for recruitment for police. And we're talking about an advertising campaign that'll get some real looks from people. We're also going to put together a program that will start hopefully in the fall, in which we're going to have internships for Philadelphia school district students and charter school students to get them familiar with the transit police. Get them immersed with us so that we can recruit them when they graduate.
Okay. All right. And this last part, Council President, if you will allow me just to get this last response regarding the technology that will prevent individuals from getting on the subway or off the subway or on the L or off the L with a handgun. Are you familiar with it? It's just been unveiled in New York with the mayor of that city.
Yeah, I am familiar with it. Right now, there is not a prohibition for carrying firearms on SEPTA. The requirement is that you carry it lawfully. So we can certainly look at a variety of different technologies that will support the actions of the police. I think there's some great stuff out there that would really give us a hand.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Leslie Richards.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman, that information on the turnstile gun issue that you said that's in New York, they just unveiled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Adams did, yes.
Mayor Swag, that's what they call him.
Yeah. Yeah, he out there working, yeah.
Right.
I will just add, I mentioned that I was just in Columbus with other rail CEOs, including MTA. So I'll regroup with them as well and see how that's working and how they anticipate it'll work. And we can bring that information back to you.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good afternoon, General Manager and Chief Nestel. Let me start with this question. In terms of how you assess the public's opinion of safety on any of SEPTA's vehicles or platforms, do you believe that the public feels safe or do you believe they feel unsafe at this point in time?
We know that there are many people who are not back on the system right now. How could, you read newspaper articles and listen to what's happening in the city, right? And if you haven't been here, it's understandable that you might not feel, one of the reasons why you're not coming back is because you don't feel safe. We know that people have to feel safe to come back on our system. As we talked about, we're very encouraged with the news that crime is decreasing. And we are making sure that we get that information out there. We've always been very honest about the challenges that we are facing here. We don't shy away from that. Just like I look at this past weekend was Vision Zero, right? We're looking at 0 deaths for bicyclists, pedestrians, traffic fatalities. We're looking for 0 incidents being reported on our system, right? It's something that we are working towards. So even one incident is too many. And so we do everything that we can to work toward that number. I know you in Philadelphia are working toward it as well. And so we're looking for ways to better collaborate and make sure that we're having meaningful change that makes our system safer for everyone.
Why not start with fulfilling the shortage in police officers by, as you said, you're meeting with the the Transit Police Union.
Yeah.
But why not start with the number of uniformed officers that patrol? And I'm going to say that my understanding, and there's a discrepancy, between the information you're giving me and the information I'm getting from the union, that while there is slotted 260 officers, there's 160 patrol officers, half of which are in special units. So the actual number of officers patrolling the entire system is about 85 divided over 3 shifts. And there is a disagreement between management and the Fraternal Order of Transit Police. But I do see their daily logs. I do see the number of people that are on, who's not. Can you let me know in terms of your future plan? Like, I won't know the answer to that. You have different numbers there. But what they do point out is that, for example, the New Jersey Transit Police did not have a problem filling the shortage or the last amount of officers they needed, but they pay more than the SEPTA police. SEPTA police, the transit police, are the lowest paid in the region. And how when we talk about $53 million being invested in public safety, how does that compare, increasing the salary of officers and recruits, to the amount of money that you're spending on outreach officers and social service workers? How does that fit into the budget?
Sure. Well, look, we're spending more on our transit police than we're spending on those services, and those services don't work without law enforcement. It's not to replace law enforcement. And we are recruiting heavily. When I speak to our transit police officers, I see them on our system all the time. And so definitely we want to be competitive with salaries, and we're working on that right now. When I spoke to Kevin Corbett, who's the CEO of New Jersey Transit, he did tell me they're having issues recruiting with police. So I'm going to get back with him and find out, if he solved it, trust me, I will listen, and we will figure that out and see, what we can learn from them. But the other thing I'm hearing from our own transit police officers is that the work of law enforcement has changed. And so while salary is definitely an issue, it's the type of work that they need to do. And there's no secret here that our transit police have to get involved more and more often in dealing with those addicted with drugs and mental health issues, and others as well. Might not be the reason that they got into law enforcement. And so we're providing them with training and also asking them, what is it that they love about their work? The outreach specialists are to help take some of that work out of their responsibilities so that they can concentrate on the work that they love and why they went to the academy and why they became police officers. I'm going to let the chief answer some of your questions. I will tell you the numbers that you have are not the numbers that I have. And so we will also look at those numbers. And when we meet with FOTP, we will look to find out where that discrepancy is, because the number discrepancy doesn't make sense to me. Maybe the chief can comment on that.
Good afternoon, council member. We do have special units. We have K-9 units. We have special operations response teams, which are our equivalent of a SWAT or a rescue team. We have a Viper unit, which is our counterterrorism function. All of those officers are on the system every day. So while they may not be in the patrol total, they're on the system patrolling, and they support the patrol element. What we are looking at, though, is trying to civilianize some of the functions that are presently being done by police officers and getting folks into positions that are supposed to be civilian positions, like dispatchers. We are down on dispatchers. It's difficult to recruit them too. So if we can get some of those jobs filled with civilians, then we will be able to replace the sworn officers that are in those functions. But we're only talking maybe 10 officers.
The bell has rung. I do want to make this comment. One of the problems that I have with the approach, not only that you're taking, but others, in today's world, people wear masks. They have caps, they have hoodies, they have masks. Even with cameras, they do not feel that they're going to be identified, and they're very bold. And we're living in an exceptionally aggressive time where wanton violence and shooting occurs right in the middle of the day, right in front of people, right on camera. And citizens know that. Riders know that as well. An emphasis on cameras and eyes and ears and apps where there is not someone in uniform that is able to intervene directly in an attempted murder, attempted rape. Many times riders are not sure what to do when they see a knife being pulled out. They don't know what to do. They don't want to necessarily get engaged. If they don't feel confident that there is a police officer ready to engage, ready to risk his or her life to save theirs, they don't want to ride the subway system, and they don't want their children on it. I really think that the emphasis on supplemented the police, I agree with you. There are things that police officers should not do. They're not trained to do it. They don't expect to do it. And you are hiring those people. But until the public feels that they can ride or stand on a platform or at a bus stop because there are officers patrolling in vehicles, they are patrolling the platforms, they see them, especially right now, seeing them, assures them that SEPTA gets it and they want to make sure that people are safe. We have a lot of problems in the city. Again, we capture people in the midst of committing crimes. They're all masked, they're hooded, they're capped. We won't find them that way. And that is a problem. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Quinona Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Director and Chief Nestel. Thank you also very much. Let me first start out by thanking you. I know that the last couple of years with COVID, it's been crazy, and I just had an opportunity to do a panel with one of your team members recently as we talked about multimodal, and she was excited presenting some of the modernization and family fare structure. And so I want to thank you for your willingness to work on all of that, despite the craziness that we've experienced. In particular, and I'm sure Councilman Squilla would add to this when his opportunity comes, we share 10 L stops along with President Clark, and they have been quite challenging. Last year, at the request of the union, I spent some time, particularly at night, looking at the FTC station, and what we saw was, the challenges with the unsheltered community. And look, I appreciate all of the additional work SEPTA wants to do, but we need SEPTA to work. And we need people on SEPTA. It is a vital part of our economic recovery. And I don't want you distracted from your primary function. So give us an update around what additional supports the city has given you as it related to this. And I just want to graphically explain to my colleagues what was going on during COVID. And I think you alluded to it around as the weather warms up. But during that last station, The last train comes in at Frankfurt Transportation Center, as it does in 69th Street, and then the operations goes into a bus unit. A lot of these buses at night are being driven by women now, since women are the last to join the workforce, and there's a serious employee concern around safety. So we will have, what I witnessed at FTC, about 100 unsheltered people get off the train and get on the bus, literally making it impossible for any paying customer to get on the bus. I've literally followed the bus home from Frankfurt Transportation Center. So President Clark, you know how far I drove down? And this particular bus driver, who was a woman, could not let one paying customer on the bus because the bus was full. Can you please tell me what updates you can report out as it relates to the safety of the workers and this evening almost normalized behavior that we've been seeing on the system?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
It is getting better from where we are last year, but we still have a lot of challenges. You mentioned female operators, and I just wanted to make sure everyone understands that according to our union agreements, that newer operators get to pick their schedules last. So what you said is absolutely true, as we are very happy to be hiring more female operators. It's good family-sustaining jobs, obviously with good pensions, and I believe SEPTA is a wonderful place to work. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. But they do get the last selection. And so as people are here longer, they get to pick different routes. So you're absolutely right. And we have been, having our transit police get on to those vehicles and help clear them out. You can imagine just clearing them out to make sure that no one is left on the vehicles is one issue. And then when they hop on. So our operators are instructed not to get into confrontational situations. They do ask people to pay to get onto our vehicles. And if people refuse to pay, we ask them not to put themselves in harm's way and to allow those people on the bus. And a bus can fill up with non-paying, just what you said. Now they are to report that to transit police. And so then transit police can be dispatched. I know that the chief is here, and the chief, if you want to talk about how things are getting better, or if you feel they're not getting better, please add, because I know you've been personally involved in exactly what Council Member Quinones Sanchez is describing.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I'm sure you remember that conversation that we had regarding this, and it was very frustrating. Frustrating for us, frustrating for the union. What I think has improved since then is the contract for someone to open and close the stations. A big part of our duty on the midnight shift, because the system is shutting down except for buses, is for the police to open and close the stations. They're no longer doing that. The endpoints for the Market Frankfurt Owl have a dedicated required assignment. And that dedicated required assignment doesn't leave it unattended for lunch, doesn't leave it unattended for any other calls, doesn't leave it unattended to patrol the area. We have an officer that is there to make sure that destinationless riders get off the bus when it arrives, and that the folks that board it are paying, and during COVID, we're wearing a mask. So that is a mandatory beat every night.
So thank you for that. So and again, we always work with your team, whether it's Fran, definitely Wendy, as it relates to this, because of summer, right? So now they're not on the trains, but now they're back at blocking many of the train station access ways. There's a lot of needles. We are getting complaints constantly we're encouraging people to get on, but we're getting constant complaints. Speak to me about what you see what you feel is still some of the impediments that you have. And again, I appreciate you saying we want to work with people, but I think they're on your property lines. There has to be a no tolerance. I need those children to get to school, and I need those mothers to get to work. And I feel like we're making a lot of accommodations for a population that's been there. This is year 5 in Kensington. We're making accommodations for that population, but you're not making the same accommodations for the residents who need to get to work. So speak to me about what else we could be doing or should be doing, because I need those steps cleared. You know, I'll you know, tomorrow we have a school district hearing. Conwell Magnet School is a school built for 800 kids. I have 285 kids registered there because the parents will not let the kids get on the bus to get to that school. So a high-performing program is under-enrolled. So what kind of no tolerance on there has to be some sort of limits where we say, absolutely not. I need the safety of those women and those children.
Yeah, I have a few things to say as well. And so first, I want to let you know, I know you helped us get with the community groups, both you and Councilmember Spilla. I'll speak very fast. Helped us get with the community groups, which we knew was going to be helpful. We closed down Somerset. We put in over $1 million, and we put in our best materials and our best design because we wanted it to last for years over at Somerset, and we were really happy when we reopened. I just want to let you know, because we need help here, those materials that we expected to last for years already need to be replaced. I'm talking about the floors and the elevators. It is. I just got briefed on it recently, and I just want to let you know we're losing ground there. And so what I would ask for you, and I want the chief to chime in, I know we're running tight on time here, is that we would love to coordinate with your Office of Homeless Services, with behavioral health, and being able to connect individuals as they come out of the trains and before they board the buses, you know, what you're talking about, but also to truly collaborate. We get together regularly. The chief has given me updates and we report out, but it still feels like we're all working in different ways on the similar. We're not working together. We're not collaborating in ways that I would like to see, I'm sure, in ways that you would also like to see. We need to share ideas, and we need to then use all of our efforts together instead of just reporting out what we're doing, what Center City District is doing, what we're all doing these things, but I don't think we're getting as much out of them because the real collaboration isn't there. And I heard the bell ring. Chief, did you want to add anything very quickly? Because I would love to meet with you. I know.
I'm sure Councilmember Spilla is going to keep the same line. Here's what I would say to you. You know, I met with Managing Director Tamar Alexander. We need a Kensington plan for this summer because it's, you know, the open wounds, all those situations have really just made the situation more of a health crisis. And I agree with you. And so we will be pulling together a group of folks. We need those steps, and we need the area cleared. You know, people will be allowed, if we continue to allow people to defecate and openly urinate at these stations, they're going to keep doing it, right? So we're going to fix these floors. It's going to happen. And I think we have to set some boundaries, and I think it's going to be a little tough. Again, there is no dignity, and I say this to the homeless advocates, there is no dignity in allowing these people to just live off the streets under these conditions and then cause the type of public safety and now healthcare crisis, right? Because these open wounds are now opening up another can of worms. So, unfortunately, and I'll say this to you, and I've said it to other departments, as I talk to my civic leaders and others, we are expecting the worst summer we've ever had in Kensington, despite all the work that we've done up to now. And so we can't keep doing the same thing, expecting it's going to get better when all of the civic leaders and people participating, and I'm talking from advocates to others, who are saying we're going to have the worst summer. And so absolutely, we'll take you on that, because this is unlike anything that we've ever seen. And now it's a healthcare crisis because of the trach and the, horse tranquilizer challenge that we have over there. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the second round. I'm sure Councilmember Spilla will chime in, as we have been getting screamed at, as we normally do, around this issue in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing, Leslie?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Good. Always a pleasure. Well, listen, I'm going to jump right in and pick up where my colleague, Councilwoman Sanchez, just left off. And I think that you're hearing a theme here around safety, public safety, the feeling that SEPTA is not a safe system. And so I have a lot of concerns as well. I know that, well, you know that I have a very close relative that works for SEPTA and is in the subway system.
Yes, you do.
Oh yeah, yes I do. And
yeah, that's why we support.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I get I get the scoop, I get the info straight up as live and in action as it's happening, real time. And so I can only tell you some of the things that I've heard that are just outright, frightening, outrageous, unacceptable. And so when I hear all of my colleagues who are asking the exact same questions, and I hear your answers, but I don't hear. I don't know the immediacy that this is going to change, and like things are getting ready to happen. And I know that you're recruiting and you're going to be hiring, but I have to say I'm just a little bit concerned, not more than a little bit concerned about what is happening in the SEPTA network, what I hear about every day, and that's not what's reported on the news, which is frightening in and of its own self. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I also wanted to say, going back to the workers that you have, whether it's in the SEPTA system, in the subway system, the Market Frankfurt L, or the bus routes, I do think that SEPTA has some of the most dedicated workers in the whole city of Philadelphia. And you have to be dedicated to do this job because it's a rough job. As I mentioned with my relative, they've been assaulted on the bus. They've been physically assaulted, threatened. You name it, it's robbed. I mean, it's just crazy. It's really been a crazy amount of time. I'll be glad when she retires because it's been something else. But I have a couple of questions for you very directly, and I wanted to ask you about again about security. And what is SEPTA's policy when it comes to assault on workers? Because I remember not that long ago there was an assault where someone attacked the driver. I believe the driver defended themselves, and then I think the driver was terminated. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, first of all, assault on our workers is not tolerated. I can also tell you of the total numbers of assaults that were reported on SEPTA last year. It's less than 1% of assaults that were reported in Philadelphia. So I just want to put that into context. We're a system that's, so I just want to
what was the number of assaults? Because 86. When you say that, when you say it's citywide, less than 1% of the number citywide, I don't think that really puts it in the right context. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can, I say we work towards zero, right? But I just want to put that out there.
Do you have the number?
And then we have rules that we negotiate with our unions. And so each case is different. To get into the details of a different case, I can just tell you, I know that there have been cases where, and I'm not saying that this is the case that you brought up, but operators are asked to stay with their vehicles. Again, no type of assault is tolerated. We are defending our employees. We're doing everything we can, but I can only think that maybe that was a case where the rules that were set forth were not followed. And again, I can't report on individual cases, but everything that's put in place is to keep the safety of our office, of our employees. I see Chief. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, council member, good afternoon. One of the things that we handle differently for employees is that the majority of assaults on our employees rise to the level of a simple assault, which is a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor offense in Philadelphia is usually referred to the district attorney's private criminal complaint unit, and the district attorney's office takes that information and then files a warrant for the person or schedules mediation. But the employee or that person would be required to pay for that private criminal complaint. When we have an officer, or when we have an employee that's assaulted and it's a misdemeanor assault, we do not refer them to the district attorney's office. We investigate it, and we then submit an affidavit for an arrest warrant and arrest the responsible person. And then when the employee gets subpoenaed for court, we escort that employee to the court so that we have somebody close by that can explain the process, but also make our employee feel safer in following through. So it is a distinct difference for how SEPTA employees who are assaulted compared to a civilian on a street who receives that same type of assault is handled.
Can you tell me the total number of assaults on SEPTA last year? And can you tell me the number of assaults against employees that were prosecuted?
Well, I can tell you the overall number of aggravated assaults, which would mean serious bodily injury, or a threat of serious bodily injury. For 2021, there were 86. We had a 57% clearance rate for those 86 aggravated assaults. I don't have the employee numbers. I'll get it for you, but if
you could get all that information and give it to the chair. I'm sorry, I'm rushing through because I'm trying to get it on my.
Yep.
The other question I have for you is, I just wanted to ask, Leslie, do you ride SEPTA? Do you ride SEPTA on a regular basis, would you say?
Regularly, all modes. I'm on buses, I'm on subways, I'm on trolleys. Most often I'm on buses and subway. And last week I was back on regional rail. I haven't been on regional rail in a bit. I moved into the city during the pandemic.
Okay, so your assessment as a rider is that the system is operating and functioning in an acceptable manner?
I use it. I've seen big improvements. I have to say, I've been talking to our operators. I know that we have issues and I know that we have challenges, but I ride it comfortably, and I use it to get around. And you can ask the operators, our employees, you can ask our riders. They see me on the system all the time.
That's great. That's great. I wanted to invite you to ride with me and to talk to some of the ridership, particularly leaving from the Northwest from Fern Rock or Broad and Alany and riding down, and what we in politics call an OTR, off the record, so that it's not something that's on your schedule, so that folks are expecting you, folks aren't expecting me, but that we're able to really get the rider's view of what's happening on the system. I'll come back in the second round. I want to respect the bell, but I will come back around, but I will certainly be in touch with you to organize that, because I think it's really important to be on the ground. One of the things we always do is we go door knocking. We knock door to door. Well, the closest thing we could do on the transit system is, go car riding and go, get on the buses and get on the transit cars and, like really see what's happening. So we will arrange that, and I'll come back in the second round with my additional
That sounds good. I look forward to that, as well as I would do it with any council member. It's a great idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kim.
Yes, thank you very much, Council President. Good afternoon, Leslie. Thank you for your work in very, very difficult time. One of the youth in our city, as you know, have had a couple of years. Many of them are reliant on SEPTA to get to and from school, jobs, and activities around the city. So could you talk a little bit, you and Chief Nestel, to talk a little bit about how SEPTA has been responsive on safe transportation around city youths, including through any partnerships such as the school district Safe Corridors program? I'm interested in hearing whether you see anything from that.
Right. Well, in the interest of time, let me turn it over to the chief, because I know he attends regular meetings, he and his team with the school district. I also talk to the school district quite a bit, but Chief, why don't you give an update on your regular meetings as well as your discussions?
Good afternoon, council member. Every week there is a meeting with the school district and several entities regarding the safety of our students. It is, of course, a priority. Kevin Bethel and I speak regularly about about issues. And there's a tremendous amount of sharing of information between the school district, the Philadelphia Police, and the Transit Police. When there's a problem in a school, we know about it. All three partners are able to react to any information before it becomes an after-school issue. And when there's a neighborhood issue, the Philadelphia Police Department's notifying the school district and us, because you know that it's going to occur on transportation and then in the schools, after a conflict in a neighborhood. So very good communication, lots of coordination. A couple of things that we've tried is an escort service of type for school dismissal time for specific schools that were interested. We tried it with Mastery Charter. The parents and the administrators thought it would be a good idea, and we made sure that we had an officer on the train at dismissal time to escort the kids down to the other end of the line. I can tell you that it was kind of funny because the officer was on a train car with a couple of parent escorts, and all the kids were on the other cars because they didn't want to be with our officers. We still have the same service for 2 trains leaving Olney Station at dismissal time for Girls High and Central High. We do have some students that regularly take advantage of that, and that's something we would look forward to doing in the future if we identified schools that were interested and students that were interested.
That's helpful. I know that as the weather gets warmer, we're very much taking a look at particular stations. Are there some thoughts, with the warming weather about whether SEPTA might shift into, but I think it's extremely helpful. And I think these stories that you're talking about, particularly with the escorts and other types of things, whether some type of youth ambassadors program that has visibility, but is more like an assuring adult, whether you have any availability in expanding it, or, how you're looking at some of the more active areas where young people may gather, particularly after school.
Yeah, council member, we're going to be leveraging several of the social service entities that the boss has already talked about. They're going to be out there at school dismissal time helping us and trying to prevent the issues that occur between kids at school dismissal and being additional eyes and ears. I think that having that many folks out on the system, coordinated and collaborating with Transit Police and with Philadelphia Police and the school district, and I think that we'll have a better chance of preventing problems as the weather gets nicer.
Well, we'd love to stay connected with you on that, and we'll certainly be working with the district who comes in tomorrow. I think the member and the importance of safe transit, and I do actually want to give a thanks to Leslie and your team for helping out with a particular constituent case that we're dealing with. Your team responded very quickly to that and solved it right away, so I want to thank you for that. The next question I had was about your efforts to improve ridership despite it all, and I want to thank you and your team again for the work that you've done on the SEPTA Key Advantage program that was recently announced. I'm interested in hearing whether you have any data or updates for us on increased ridership, and maybe if you could also do a general run through on the program, who it was meant to serve, the diversity of folks who are taking advantage of it right now, and any plans for the rest of the year or interest that you've received from other institutions about expanding it.
Sure. So we're thrilled with our SEPTA Key Advantage program. As you know, we reached out to 3 large employers, knowing that there'd be a learning curve in how to administer this plan, how to roll it out to employees, how to work with business HR departments and benefit departments. And we wanted to figure that out. And so we approached and we're thrilled that Drexel University, Wawa, and Penn Medicine were as excited about the program as we were. I'm happy to report that our initial goal was to get 25% of the eligible riders in those businesses to sign on. And we have far exceeded that. In fact, I think we're reaching almost 70% of that. I know we're well beyond, 60, 65%. And that is really, really good to see. The sign up has happened over the last several weeks, a little over a month. We've been signing up employees, and we're seeing really nice participation rates. We're seeing an appreciation of seeing this as an employee benefit, so they're grateful to their employers. And we're also seeing just in the first 2 days, so it officially started May 1st, which was this Sunday. We already had 1,100 trips being utilized by members who are receiving free transit from their employers. And then yesterday, we were well into the thousands of trips that we are seeing. And so Monday's even a lighter day than what we normally see. So we will be happy to report that out. And we have a list of those who want to sign up once it becomes permanent, and that's included in our operating system. I also, just to let you know, so in the first 2 days, we've had over 7,000 trips that have been taken by employees who are now receiving free transit, and that's exactly what it's about. It's about increasing ridership. So we're very excited about it and eager to give you updates.
And those are new riders for the most part, is that correct?
Well, about 3/4 of those who are signing up don't currently have key cards. And so that's our assumption. But we'll know more as the program runs through the 6-month pilot and we get more data. But it appears to be that is the case with the overwhelming majority of the participants.
Okay, and that's very helpful, and we'll love to keep track of that. Again, I think all of us are wanting to ensure safety and restore ridership. I actually do, and I think we both share the understanding that this is just not a linear thing, that actually the presence of more riders, particularly commuters, people with, people of purposeful places to go and needing the buses to be on time and, wanting a responsible ridership experience can have an impact. And so we'll be looking forward just continue to support your work on that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla. Councilman Squilla.
Sorry, Council President. Okay. How are you guys?
Hello.
Hold on. Sorry there, I was trying to multitask. Leslie, thank you for being here. I know you answered a lot of questions. A lot of them are a little redundant, and I wanted to just follow up, Councilmember Sanchez, on that, Carter. And you guys, when you did Somerset Station, did a wonderful job down there in Allegheny Avenue. We know what we saw, which was the damage because of some of the issues and concerns there when we have people allowed to stay there loitering. I mean, the elevator had to be redone because the urination was so bad that it destroyed the mechanicals on that elevator. So I really support the ambassador program you have put in place. I think it's a great program. And I support some of the efforts that are made to address the issues on the system. My concern is when the ambassadors engage these folks and they decided they don't want the help and resources. What do we do at that point if they're in our system or on the cartways and walkways, steps, and so forth? If they don't want the assistance, what do we do at that point?
Yeah, well, obviously we engage and we do it over and over again. So it's not just a one and done. We're working with a variety of organizations, including One Day at a Time, and some local members of the community with lived experiences. And we're working with the Office of Homeless Services and Behavioral Health. It's, there's not a lot. Again, I know the chief is on here, and I believe, Ken Divers and the team that has been working. They can give you individual stories of what we're able to do and not able to do. But again, I'm happy that you had responded to some community observations, and I know we'll be meeting soon and getting everyone together to deal with this very issue. But Chief, if you want to share, and I don't know if anyone else wanted to share what we do in those cases, and they happen quite frequently, right, where people are not responsive to the help that we can provide or the services that we can provide. Yeah,
thanks, boss. Council member, good afternoon. We certainly engage the person and try to get them to accept social services, but if they do not accept it, and frankly, that's the majority of the people, if they are in our passenger access area, which is outside of the station or inside of the station, they're told to either use the station for transportation or to leave the station area. On the trains is a little more challenging because, a person who is homeless, addicted, mentally ill, we try to connect them with services. We don't really have the legal authority to remove them from the train. So we have officers or some of our outreach teammates at the end of the line to meet that train to address the destination-less rider and to have that person taken out. I can tell you that last year there were 76,936 type contacts that fit that category.
So they refuse the services, and then once they are engaged at the end of the line, and they do not want the services, do they just get off the system at that point?
We tell them that they have to get off the system. It's, pay for one ride, not all day.
Okay. Now, the issue with the folks, and how's that engagement work when the outreach and the ambassadors are engaging the folks, trying to get them to take the help, and then they don't take it? Is there a connection directly to you or to your staff?
There is. Our outreach teams have police radios, and the SAVE unit is with a police officer. But if it's just outreach teams, they're going to try to engage that person, get them to take social services. If they decline, they tell the person, you can't stay here. And if the person stays, then they contact us.
And at that point, then you would escort them off the system. Now, does the same thing happen when they're on the steps and or the concourse areas?
Correct.
All right. So you said last year you had 76,000?
76,000, yes, sir.
And so at 76,000 people, then these are 76,000 that refused help?
No, it's 76,000 contacts by police that are categorized as code of conduct. So that would be in a station, loitering in a station, sitting on the steps, lying on the floor, riding destination-less at the end of the line. All of those are the contacts that an officer has with someone to ensure that they leave the system if they're not using it for transportation to a destination.
So in this case, then, there will be nobody moving forward that will be either loitering or laying in the station and or on the steps of any of our facilities?
In an ideal world, yes. However, when they leave, it's entirely possible that they may return.
I see Councilman Squill. I see Ken Divers' room. Is there? He works very closely with this as well on the social services side. If he could just have a short amount of time to give you an update on what he experiences as well, I think that would be helpful.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Leslie. Good afternoon, Councilman. Just to piggyback on what Chief Nestel said, he talked about the number of encounters last year. Out of that, we had a little under our outreach teams with Marikey, One Day at a Time, and Eagle Staffing had a little over 5,000 encounters. 5,000 encounters. That's an encounter that the SEPTA police didn't have to deal with. You asked a very poignant question earlier about what do we do when we engage individuals who refuse service. We actually do exactly what the chief said, and that's our SOP. Our standard operating procedure. If our outreach member engaged a vulnerable community who are on our steps and our platform, on our stations, loitering or whatever, we engage them first to offer them services. Once they refuse, then we do exactly what the chief said. We kindly ask them to leave. And if they refuse to leave, our outreach team will walk away and discreetly call SEPTA dispatch to have those individuals removed. We have been keeping a log, Councilman, about how many times the outreach team do not have to reach out to SEPTA police for successful removal. And I have to double check my numbers, Councilman. We just started doing that tally a couple of weeks ago. And right now, Councilman, it's about over 200. And that's when we just started counts. That's when we just started annotating that number. But that number is well more, I would estimate well more than about 500 to 700 in context. So the outreach members that we're doing, it is working. It's assisting the SEPTA police so that they can address more aggressive crime on our system. So I just wanted to share that we are not even at fully staffed as of yet. Many of you know it's public record that we have over 50. We have over 50 outreach workers that we have want to hire. Right now, we have, I think, a little less than 25 of those. So those numbers that I just shared with you, Councilman, it's really impressive. We still have a long way to go. But as our general manager, CEO Leslie said, that we cannot do this alone. We need help.
I agree, and I appreciate that because we've been dealing with that for a long time. I know my time is up, but come back on my second one just for your information, and maybe you can answer the second time around. But just as you have these touches, how many of these touches are multiple touches of the same person? And I'll let you answer that on the second round because I know there's other people to ask questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas. Councilman Thomas. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we can find Councilman Thomas. In the meantime, I'll just jump in with a couple of questions myself. And I missed the portion of the first round. And thank you, Leader Parker, for filling in for me. You talked about, I'm hearing you talk about, and I didn't hear a lot of it, about this outreach specialist, outreach worker, ambassador, however you characterize that person. And it sounds like very familiar to the city's proposed public safety officers in terms, not the specifics in terms of what they do, but in terms of being able to do work that is currently being done by sworn and trained police officers that can probably be done by a person that does not have that particular status in that training. And we've been actually trying to get our public safety officers, we actually got them funded for a couple of years now. We're trying to get them implemented. My question is the police department, the SEPTA police, are they represented by a union?
Correct, yes.
And what union is that?
FOTP, Federal Order of Transit Police.
All right, so that's the federal level of the FOP here locally, I guess, is a comparable.
Well, FOTP, it's just for SEPTA Transit Police. Other transit police officers have different unions, so it's just for SEPTA.
Okay. Do you all have do they have arbitration?
Yeah, we're in a contract with them that'll come up next year. And we're actually meeting with them. They've requested a meeting. We're meeting with them this week to talk about entry salary levels and how we can be more competitive with the current reality right now and what other police enforcement teams are being offered. So yes, we actively engage with them.
And I'm saying, is an arbitrator a part of that process, or you just negotiate face to face? I mean, like the FOP. I'll tell you where I'm going to.
Yeah, maybe
So
I can understand.
we have a situation here in the city of Philadelphia where our police force in the city of Philadelphia, they ultimately go to an arbitrator, and the arbitrator makes a ruling, and it's somewhat binding. And every time there's an attempt to some degree, the civilianization of the workforce, given the fact that the shortage of police officers is dramatic, and we have people on our side, like we have police officers delivering mail, we have police officers writing tickets for abandoned vehicles, we have police officers sitting in their cars watching construction sites. I mean, those are things that at least from our perspective, we think that probably a civilian can do it, a civil service employee. And I'm not trying to bring you into this fight, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how you all are able to move towards that process, and given the shortage, as you said, in getting police officers for SEPTA, but being able to enhance that opportunity by allowing people. I think I heard Chief Nestel talk about opening up the stations or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we used to have police officers. What does that mean? Like opening up the gate?
Right. So yeah, we're looking at that. I'll let the chief. First of all, I want to get back to you. So we do not have binding arbitration for our police. I just wanted to let you know to answer that question. And I don't know if you were able to join us when I was talking about my own conversations with our police officers about the work that they enjoy doing. And so I would imagine if you have always wanted to be a transit police officer, what I'm hearing from those who have taken that career choice, there's certain things they want to do. And so we want to make sure that they're doing the work that they want to do. And that some of the administration and some of the others, like you talked about opening and closing the stations, if we are able to take that away so that they can concentrate on the work that excited them, why they were passionate. And you have to be passionate, especially these days, to be in law enforcement. It is so hard for our police officers and for your Philly police officers as well. It is a very difficult career path right now to choose, and we so appreciate those who do. And so we're working for that. We want them to be fulfilled and love their work. I don't know, Chief, if you wanted to add to anything that President Clark just asked.
Council President, good afternoon. The boss hit the nail on the head. We try to appeal to the workforce and explain that we're attempting to take away tasks that they don't necessarily want to be the ones responsible for doing, and to give it to other people that are qualified to handle that type of assignment. Sometimes that's agreeable. Sometimes it isn't. We try to negotiate. The FOTP has a job to represent their members, and when they disagree, then they have the right to agree the decision made by the administration.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand the challenges that, why we can't achieve what New York has achieved, and now I'm hearing what you all have achieved, is putting people in a position where they do what they wanted to do. I mean, I don't think that people join the Philadelphia Police Department to deliver mail. I mean, if that was, they could have joined, FedEx or United States Postal Service. I mean, that's not why they wanted to be police officers. But for whatever reason, we seem to run into these challenges. Okay, well, thank you for that. The other issue, real quick, I know we have challenges in the SEPTA, and I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't been on a SEPTA train or subway in a long time, and when you and Bass, Councilwoman Bass, make that ride, maybe I should ride along to get a perspective.
We would love to have you with us.
Yeah. But I do understand that there are challenges. I talk to people don't want to ride it for all kinds of different reasons. And I guess my question is, when you say you have to bring in enforcement, and the last thing we need to be doing is arresting somebody that's on drugs or somebody that has mental health issues, and that's a lot of what we have going on, not only in the subway system, transit system, but just generally as homeless population. But when you do have people that are like jumping turnstiles and doing things that have nothing to do with mental health, they just do whatever they want to do, right? And then there's an an attempt to give a summary offense or whatever the enforcement is. Have you been successful in attempting to get that next level of enforcement?
We do. I'm going to let the chief, I know in the interest of time, but we definitely could use help. I'm so glad you brought it up, President Clark, on how we address summary citation, the whole process of summary citations, and how, maybe we could talk about how we examine that process for order maintenance and getting that process to work better than it is today. Chief, why don't you tell them some of your frustrations?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Council President. When a person smokes, when they urinate in public, when they fare evade, all summary violations for which a citation can be issued. We did a review of citations that we had written to see how many people show up for court. They're required to show up for court. It's not optional. And how many pay their fine of those that are found guilty. And we found that more than 80% don't show up for court, and the trial is then held in absentia. And if that person is found guilty, a fine is levied against them. However, if they don't pay the fine, nothing happens to them. So we moved away from that and started issuing our own tickets and kept track of violators. And if somebody is a repeat violator, we then ban them from the SEPTA system. And if they come back within a year, then we arrest them for defiant trespass, which is a misdemeanor for which they have to go to court. And we ask the district attorney's office to put that person in a diversionary program to address the underlying condition causing that antisocial behavior.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just, there's just this whole sense of there's like no rules anymore. This is permeating through the city of Philadelphia when people think about what's going on and making decisions. Average citizens, there's just no rules anymore. People do whatever they want to do. Okay. Well, thank you. Councilman Thomas, did he come back yet? No.
Yep. I don't know the order, but I did cue in Council President.
Okay, good. Yeah, I called earlier. Thank.
I think you might be before me. Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, you before me?
Well, Councilman, I don't think you got a first round.
Neither did CP. I didn't get a first round for SEPTA either, CP.
You didn't either. All right, I'm just following the instructions, from my tech team. I'm getting a different feed than you all.
Ladies first.
Okay, I'm old school. Ladies first. You know how I am. I can't help it.
I appreciate that as well.
Thank you, CP, and thank you, colleague Councilmember Thomas, for that leeway. Good afternoon, Leslie. It's good to see you and the entire team at SEPTA. Just wanted to start by saying thank you to you, to the team, and particularly to Wendy Green Harvey, who is always so responsive and always getting back to us, particularly on our constituent issues. I know we had one relative to rider safety earlier in the year, and she was able to get right back to us and also reach out to the constituent as well. And I will tell you that went a very long way. So thank you very much for that work. I wanted to pick up where Council President sort of left off talking about the SEPTA outreach specialists and the program that you all have implemented. If you could just talk a little bit more about the firms that were awarded to do this work, and if the specialists will be there for the late night riding hours, because I think that's the time that we really hear a lot of the challenges and issues. And what metrics will you all be utilizing to determine the overall success of the program? And I say that as someone who, born and raised in Philadelphia, I rode the subway every single day from the Market Frankfurt line, cross over to the Broad Street line up to Olney, or when my parents dropped me off at Race and Vine, I would go from Race and Vine to Olney. So you're talking about hundreds of probably thousands of rides that I've had on our transit system. And I know that the later it gets, the more challenging the atmosphere gets. So how will you all sort of measure the success of the implementation of that program, and if it's a necessity to sort of really increase the number of outreach specialists? And I'm particularly interested in the firms that were awarded to do this work.
Sure. So first of all, just to remind, we mentioned the number before, but we didn't mention the firms before. So just to remind everybody, this budget approved $6.6 million that are going for us with the goal of hiring 88 outreach service specialists. Now, with our commitment to hire more minority-owned firms, what we did is we broke that into 3 separate contracts. One that will be specifically looking at those late night hours, because we thought if we broke them into smaller contracts, we would get the result that we wanted. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect to get 3 different contracts going to 3 separate minority-owned firms, but we did just that. So it even exceeded my expectations. I was hoping to get at least 1, if not 2, to go to minority-owned firms, but we got all 3. And so Extrady, which is a minority-owned and a small business, they got a contract for $2.8 million. Then Scotland Yard Security Services, which is also a minority-owned and small business, they have $3.1 million of that. And then Philadelphia Protection Unit, minority-owned and small business, they have $665,000 of that. 2 of those firms are local Philadelphia firms, hiring local people, getting them to opportunities and creating jobs right here in the region. And then 1 is from another state that we hired. Obviously, we have to go with low bid. We don't always have, we have rules, right? And so, but as far as metrics, we're very excited to get these contracts up and running, and they're working through the process now. We're going to get those employees out on our system, and then we'll be following closely. How are we reducing the number of people on our system that are not using it for transportation, right? That'll be a metric. The metric of incidents being reported will also be, and what type of incidents are being reported. So it'll be in our overall metrics, and then we'll know whether to expand the program, to tweak it, to change it for a bit. But we're very excited, and as you already know, and but just to remind everybody, these 88 outreach specialists are focusing on the subways, on the Market Frankford line and on the Broad Street line. So we're going to be tying it to metrics that we see at those stations and on those vehicles. And we'll be happy to give you an update as that progresses.
Okay, well, please keep me updated on the program, the implementation, and also the scope program as well. We're limited in time, so I just wanted to plug that in there. Quickly, you talked about workforce development, and that's an area that I've been speaking with you and your team about for quite some time. And in your testimony, you talked about investing in a new equity and inclusion division. And can you just talk about that investment quickly, what your goals are? And I want to go down to my next question on workforce development. I have limited time, so maybe just 15, 30
so just
seconds.
Quickly, let me just say, because I brushed over it, but how proud I am. So there's a national program that is aimed on making sure that the federal money, and Philadelphia region should get more than its fair share, by the way. SEPTA has projects lined up, PennDOT has projects lined up, the city has projects lined up, and we are ready to compete. And the extra money that we have now in our capital budget because of what we can borrow against really makes us competitive. So we're very excited about that. So this national program that is backed by the Secretary's Office of Transportation asked 5 agencies around the country, and we are one of them. So it's us, it's Chicago Transit, it's Denver Airport, it is a port authority and a water authority in California. That is it. We are the only agency that was asked east of Chicago. And I am so proud. It's because of the work SEPTA has done, and it's because of our diversity and inclusion efforts here. So we created the wording on the pledge, and it is geared to increasing generational wealth and reducing the wealth gap, right? Reducing the racial wealth gap here. And we are going to make a difference. We are going to make a difference by making sure more money is going to these diverse-owned firms, this historically underutilized businesses, and also the contract amount, the amount of dollars going out is also going to be bigger than ever. We're very excited. It was just announced. I'm happy to give more information to everybody here, but it was not announced nationally last week, and then there'll be local announcements throughout the next few months.
Great. If you could provide that information to the chair and keep us updated on the progress and all the work you're doing around that program, that would be helpful. I wanted to talk about how you all are working with the school district to create a workforce development pipeline for students so that we can ensure they are moving into the pipeline for jobs in SEPTA. And I say that because in the federal package, there's a specific line item around workforce development.
Yes.
And so SEPTA used to have an internship program with CTE students over at MassBomb, but the program has not operated for the last few years. And so I wanted to know, what do we need to do in order to get this program up and running again? What type of supports can we get from PhilWorks and from potentially the federal infrastructure package to make this program a reality? In addition to that, from a human resources perspective, how are you all aligning some of your job specifications to align with the CTE curriculum that is available within the school district? And I know we don't have many transportation particular CTE programs, but we have some in other areas, like engineering and other areas that could align with jobs at SEPTA. And I heard the bell, but I wanted to get that one on for round one. I will come back around climate resiliency and mitigation work at SEPTA on round two. But if you could just let us know what you're doing with the CTE programs, the program at MassBomb, the hiring of CTE students, and aligning the job specs to the CTE curriculum so they can have a pathway to jobs at SEPTA.
Let me just mention 3 things briefly, and we'll get more information in the interest of time to your office, and obviously share it with all of council. Number 1, we're focused on our partnerships with external training and job placement organizations, specifically Collegiate Consortium we're working with, and FillyWorks, which you just mentioned, and starting our hiring efforts. We just reorganized here internally at SEPTA with an HR staff. And now that we're looking to see, how we can better focus on that. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Another position that we're bringing on that's going to help oversee all of these efforts is, for the first time ever, SEPTA is going to have a Chief Officer of Diversity and Inclusion. This position will report directly to the General Manager, and will oversee our DBE, will oversee how we hire and recruit, will oversee internally how everything is working. And so just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. And we'll keep you up to date. We also are going out to local career fairs. We're working with community college. We're looking at our job descriptions. We're looking, when I met with the national organization this weekend, we talked about this. We talked about equity. In fact, I have behind me a book. We had a professor talk to us about how you have equity hiring, and how you can, why do you need college degrees for certain positions that you don't actually need it? How do we reskill? How do we upskill? And so I'm happy to share all that information, but very excited to tell you that that is our goal, and we are focused on it right now.
Okay, well, thank you. I will certainly come back on the second round, but I definitely want to talk about that program at MassBomb specifically.
Sure.
Because we want to get that program back up and running for the young people so they have an opportunity to work at SEPTA. Thank you, Council President. I'll come back on round 2. Thank you very much for the leeway.
Thank you, Council Lady. Chair recognizes Thomas, Councilman Thomas. Councilman Thomas?
Thank you, Council President, and I apologize. Very quickly, a lot of my questions have already been asked. I just want to put a couple things on the record. More than anything, I do concur with my colleagues around issues with public safety. I also wanted to volunteer myself to ride the public transportation anytime a cohort is getting collected. I mean, it's not, I spend time on public transportation, so it's not foreign to me. But I am concerned about the public safety issues. Leslie, you and I have met, and I've met with your team, and we've talked about some of the areas of concern that I have. So I wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. But one area I wanted to push, and Leslie, if you don't mind talking about this, in order to really put us in a position where we're seeing, we have a number of issues as it relates to public safety. A big part of the solution that we have to have is a collective solution where everybody's involved. And one of my concerns is when people witness incidents on SEPTA, they're not sure how to report those incidents, right? So nowadays, people are quick to pull out their camera and record or tape or go live on social media. But I'm wondering, from your perspective, how do you see the reporting of incidents taking place by SEPTA riders? And what is the plan from your office to assure that there is some level of communication to riders to communicate to them the process to be able to voice their concerns around things that they might witness while traveling on public transportation?
Sure. And I appreciate it, Councilmember Thomas. You did reach out specifically, and we had a nice discussion on this issue. So first of all, we talked about the Transit Watch app, and I just want to make sure, I know we've mentioned it a few times. I'm just holding up to my camera here. These are the cards that we hand out at several of our stations. There are signs. It's a free app, again, that you can download on your phone. We'll make sure that every council member has these cards in their office. And this, again, helps us know where attention is needed. And just to help people understand, you can categorize your report. It can be whether you feel you're witnessing an assault, whether it's a cleanliness issue, whether there's some disruptive behavior, whether you see drugs, fare evasion, water leakage, a health issue, homeless issue, if you think you've observed human trafficking, illegal fare selling, mental health crisis, panhandling, smoking, an unattended bag, whatever you see, you report it. You don't have to categorize it, by the way. You can just send the report if you're quickly texting something. It allows you to take a picture. It allows you to take a video. What's really productive is when we know what's going on. And if we don't know what's going on, we can't fix what's going on. So the more accurate the reporting, the better we can respond and also know what's happening throughout the system. It doesn't help when we hear, oh, someone had, an experience that wasn't satisfying on our system if we don't know what time, where they were, what mode they were on. All of this information, again, gets captured in this app very quickly. So those discussions are really helpful. And also, we are always available. Our team is always available. I know our rock star, Wendy Green Harvey, has been mentioned many times by so many different city council members here. She's extremely responsive. Let her know what you're hearing from your constituents, what you're seeing on the system, and that way we can address it. So that would be, the big ask is to give us the information we need so that we can then appropriately respond and do so in a way that takes that data and, again, is meaningful so that it doesn't happen again.
So I'm not going to take up too much time. I know other members have questions. My other questions, again, some of them were asked, but others I had the chance to talk to you and your team about. The same thing we said in the meeting, I just want to put on the record. I really just want to push you to have a certain level of transparency around the communicating and reporting process. I think that the reporting process is something that, again, I'm 37 years old. I've been catching public transportation myself for about 23 years now at this point, and I never knew the importance of the reporting process. So, I want to advocate for maybe different means of marketing as it relates to letting people know that SEPTA buses are being monitored. I heard you talk about how many cameras you have. I think that it's imperative. It's a top priority for us as we reopen the city that people can travel public transportation in a way that's safe. We can't say Philadelphia is open if you can't get to Philadelphia. So at the end of the day, this is a huge priority for me as well as the rest of my colleagues who I've heard mentioned it. And I just want to make sure that I'm here to offer my support to you and anybody who needs it to make sure that we're addressing this issue. We do have significant issues around public safety, and I am not blaming SEPTA for the public safety problems that we have in the city of Philadelphia. But at the same time, even though you're not to blame and I'm not to blame, we're all responsible for doing something about it. And I am here to offer my services to do something about it because the summer is right around the corner, and we need to make sure that people are able to travel safe to and from our city. Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the entire SEPTA team, especially the drivers and the workers who are on the ground, who helped us get through a tough time with the pandemic. And I know we lost a couple of SEPTA workers as well during the pandemic. So I definitely want to offer my condolences to the folks who made the ultimate sacrifice as it relates to assuring that our city thrives and stay alive. So thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Council President. And thank you to the entire team.
Thank you, Councilman. Well said. Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon, Leslie. And I want to join the chorus of thank you for leading us through this pandemic. This was not easy. I want to thank your team and all the SEPTA employees who did a great job. I have 3 quick questions. Give me 3 quick answers. The key card partnerships that you've been rolling out with large local employers, I think are great. Have we had any conversations with the administration about getting the city to participate in that program and our city employees?
We have been contacted by city departments to ask more information about it. We have the duration of this 6-month pilot program to learn more and have those conversations. I will check with our team to see if we've had any direct conversations with, certain city departments and get back to you. But the interest has been phenomenal, and people want to know more about it. And we do think that by offering free transit to the riders, through the employees, it's really going to help. When nothing's better than free. So if we can do that, but we're also pleased with the commuter benefits bill that's being discussed right now, introduced by Council Member Gim, and see how that is helping. It's been said over and over again here that the city needs people on SEPTA to function at the highest level, and we firmly believe that, and trust me, we take that responsibility very seriously.
I agree with you, but I think the city should lead that, and it should be not just one department, it should be all departments across the board.
Yeah.
And the city should be out there leading it with all of our employees, offering it. Second question has to do with the, mass transit in the Delaware Valley, basically. The King of Prussia line is starting to move through the design phase, I believe, and there's a new transportation authority in the Schuylkill River Valley looking at, connecting, Reading, Phoenixville, and Pottstown to Philadelphia by passenger rail after a 50-year absence. And I know SEPTA is a regional entity, but obviously, my priority, I think my colleagues' priority is Philadelphia. So when we hear about the expansion of passenger rail in our less diverse suburbs, I guess my concern is that are we prioritizing access to Philadelphia jobs for suburban commuters instead of Philadelphians, number one. And number two, I know there's the trolley modernization and the ongoing bus modernization, or revolution. What about the SEPTA's long-term plans to explore expansion of local light rail or subway service? And also, I'm going to add to that the idea of having, you can get back to me on these questions, the idea of creating environments at the major stops of having more services for the commuters, creating like almost retail outlets that when you go to get on a SEPTA train, you can get coffee, you can get something else, whatever. Just creating an environment of safer and more services. Yeah.
Let me just touch briefly on all those, and obviously we can go deeper when our staffs get together, and I always appreciate that you're always so open to that. Number one, KOP rail is very important, and believe it or not, I think you will, it's very important to Philadelphia. With the connection of SEPTA to KOP rail, we will connect the 3 largest employment centers in this region, which means that people living in Philadelphia will be able to get to opportunities out in King of Prussia and vice versa. And we're seeing that quite common, right? So it's really important, and it's really providing opportunities for those Philadelphia residents who can access our system. And we know because of the legacy of our system that the majority of Philadelphians can access our system. They all live within our system. So that's wonderful. You mentioned the organization going out to Pottstown, going out to Phoenixville. SEPTA is not actively involved in that because of what you just said. As far as connecting all of our system together, it's not a priority for us. It's not that we don't think it's a great project, by the way. It's just not where SEPTA should be focusing right now. And I'm going to get into why right now, because we still have a fraction of the capital budget. While this is a record-breaking capital budget for us, $11.2 billion over 12 years, and it amounts to about a little over $1 billion in this year, and then throughout that 12-year program. We are still less than half of what Chicago's at, what DC and WMATA are at. We're only 3/4 of the way of where New Jersey Transit is, our neighbors, right? And so we don't have the resources that others have. If we had the resources, for instance, Chicago this year, their capital plan is $2.5 billion. If we had $2.5 billion, we could be talking to you about extending our subways. We could be talking to you about expanding our service. But when we have sometimes half of what our other legacy systems have. That's why we can't have those conversations. And so just wanted to let you know how that all ties together. I hope that while you're sitting, in a governmental seat, and while I'm sitting here, we can have those conversations, because hopefully things will be changing over the next few years. But until that happens, until the pie, I would say, we always talk about the pie money, until that pie gets a lot bigger. And I'm jealous of our other organizations in Boston as well. They have 2 times more than we have in a similar size system. I wish we had that situation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me just, my third comment is, I'm thinking about that we've come through the pandemic. You're the head of SEPTA, basically. What a nightmare this pandemic's been for urban cities, and especially in urban cities where the crime has increased dramatically, where many people have fled cities to go to the suburbs or other locations. And here you're trying to run a SEPTA system and a mass transit system in a city that has increased crime, poverty that continues, one of the largest cities with poverty. And then I'm listening to all these questions from my colleagues, and I'm not so sure how we change this equation dramatically in the next 12 months unless we do something dramatic. And that's really, why I did introduce with Councilmember Squill and Councilmember Sanchez that asking the mayor to call upon the Kensington site. I just don't see how we have the services in the city and how we're going to change this with what we have available. We need a Marshall Plan to really get in there and fix it and get it right. And we can't tolerate having 50 people on the street, 800 people, or even 10 people. Because when you do that, these issues are going to continue. We really need to get to fixing it permanently. And I just wanted to ask you on the record if you will be supportive of that resolution.
100%, 150%. From what I've seen, and I've been out in those neighborhoods with you and with others, it's a humanitarian crisis that we are seeing out there. It's obvious to anybody who has seen it personally. And I've also worked with FEMA and I've worked with PEMA. And when I was at the Commonwealth, and I've seen what they can do, whether it is a record-breaking snowstorm that's impacting people or a health issue. So I've seen it in a safety issue as well. And as far as, helping us with neighborhood cleanup and remediation and access to health-related treatments and hazard mitigation out there, getting people to wrap around services. I mean, we've heard all of these questions. We need more help. I think we're hearing it. I mentioned just our experience with our Somerset station, where we're trying to make, 10 steps forward, but we have to take 2 to 3 steps backwards all the time. I think the only way we can keep the progress moving forward is getting that national and that Commonwealth-wide help. And so we support, all attempts, and especially this bill, to gain additional resources for these challenges. And we cannot do it alone. No one can. And so I think everyone working together, let's increase our chances of success. We know the challenges are really large here, and we need, part of my, we need all hands that we can access to be working on this.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for what you've been doing for us in the city and your whole team at SEPTA. You guys have done a great job. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'm going to take a shot at second round. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. I'm just going to go back to my line of questioning around policing.
Council, one second. Just a reminder to colleagues, we do have another department to go today. So just a reminder.
Thank you very much, Council President. So the starting salary for SEPTA police officers after graduating the academy, what the information I have is $49,800. The starting salary for New Jersey Transit officers after graduating the academy is $64,400. Are those correct numbers?
I have no. I know it's for us. It's correct, and I know that New Jersey Transit pays more than we do. So, I believe that is. I have no reason to believe it's not correct.
Okay. Do you believe that if SEPTA is the lowest paid police agency in this region, that people who are interested in being police officers would rather go to another police department.
I do believe, and believe this is answering your question, even though it's not the exact question, but I think I know where you're going. We need to be more competitive in our starting salaries, that's for sure. And as I stated in the first round, we're meeting this week with the FOTP to discuss just that, how we can be more competitive. We want to be competitive. We want to be attractive. We want this to be, a law enforcement team that people want to be a part of, and that they can provide for their families with a good salary. So we are working on that. We don't require our police officers to live in Philadelphia. So we think that's also something that could help us here. But we want them to be able, again, to have competitive salaries and obviously meaningful work. And we're working on both of those things. We want to hire more police officers here, and we know we have to change things in order for that to happen.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: $9.6 million for non-police officers to do the task that police officers, you say, did not sign up to do those things, so give them to civilians. $9.6 million for outreach officers and social workers. For, let's say, an outreach officer, you're hiring 88 of those. What is the starting salary for them?
You know what? I'll get that number to you. I don't have that offhand, but we'll get that starting salary number to you.
Is it the same as a police officer, more or less? Do you know?
I don't, because we're not paying their pension. We're not paying their benefits. We're doing it through a consultant, so it actually is less to us. But I would have to, again, do the research on what their benefits are for each consulting firm. That's something that I, again, don't have at the top of my head, but we can give you that information to make more direct comparisons. But for us, we're paying less because of pension costs and because of the benefits we're not providing to those consultants.
Yeah, I find it challenging to believe that someone in these positions would engage with persons that are dangerous or may be dangerous.
That is not in their job description. Their job description and
engage
their
with
training. If they see something that's dangerous, they have
They
the
report
proper
it.
equipment. Yes, all of that should be reported. They are not encouraged in any way to engage in any type of dangerous situation. That is left to our police officers.
And while we're all very sympathetic to vulnerable populations, those with mental health issues, drug addiction, they also can be very dangerous. Many of them are armed. They live out in the elements. They are subject to brutality. They are armed, and they are also likely, if provoked or approached, to strike out. Will these civilians engage in the manner you expect without a police officer to support them and protect them?
They all have the full transit police officers supporting them. If they see anything that looks dangerous, they will report it. We don't encourage them to engage.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be brief. I just had a couple of other questions, and I wanted to start with resuming regular service. Obviously with the pandemic service, there was, a very much a slowdown, particularly on the R7 and R8. And I'm wondering, when will those lines be up and running? Because it's almost like a which comes first, the chicken or the egg sort of concept. You need to bring back the service to be able to get the riders back, and they need to know it's regular. But I also understand that SEPTA needs to be able to generate some revenue, and it's hard to do when people aren't immediately on. So what's the plan for that?
Mm-hmm. Well, all services is running, and then we're increasing frequency. So we're working toward regional rail service right now is up to about 75% of pre-pandemic levels, and we're around 44% of ridership. And we have plans to upgrade that to slightly over 80%, and we'll see how ridership responds.
When is that going to be?
On our next ridership change over the next year, that's what the operational budget is looking at. We change schedules 3 times a year, and so we'll be looking at it on our next. We just changed the schedule to get to 75%.
Okay.
Pretty much quarterly.
Okay. Can you give us an update on the SEPTA key card system? There was, originally when it was started, I know that the key card system had some issues and challenges, and I think it still does, where people put money in and don't get anything out. And, it can leave people stranded, very frustrated. They take it out on the, on whatever SEPTA employee is nearby. And so can you talk a little bit about the key card system and where we are now? And I know that originally there was a minimum balance that was required. You had to have a minimum of $5. And after I discussed that with you, I think it was the last couple of budget seasons a few years back, you did change that, I think. So I'm wondering if you could discuss that as well.
Sure. Look, the good news is we're about to get an RFP out for the next version of SEPTA Key, which we're calling SEPTA Key 2.0. With lots of improvements. The other good news is this summer, people will be able to pay off of their phones if they have Apple Pay and other payment systems to directly pay. So we're making it easier. It is. We are very honest that our relationship with our key card provider has been difficult. And promises have been made that have not been kept, and we are working with them, and that's why we're putting the RFP out and not continuing automatically with our current provider, because we want to look around and see who else is around and what they are offering. And so I feel very good about our process. We've learned a lot over the last several years of what we need in our system. We've been talking to our other colleagues, and we have a task force that is just working on this. And so we don't want to repeat any of the mistakes or any of the, missed deadlines that we had previously. And so, again, we feel really good about it. And we have had new, readers installed on all of our buses, which is helping. Things are, working better. But this next SEPTA Key 2.0 is really going to get us much improved.
Do you intend to maintain the staffing that you have with these new changes? Because the technology is great. When you have this opportunity and ability to do things wirelessly, and at the same time you can collect and just efficiency wise, but at the same time protecting jobs is always something that's going to be important to this.
No, absolutely. We get that. Look, we're very proud to be one of the large agencies that did not lay off a single person during the pandemic. We did not eliminate any jobs. And we understand that these jobs are, first of all, these are invaluable employees, and these jobs are valuable to people. We'd never lose the people connection of our work. And so, no, that is not in the plans. We're not looking to eliminate jobs with this next technology upgrade.
Excellent. Okay, well, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm assuming, just going back to my original point in the beginning of my questioning, which was that the system used to have a minimum balance requirement of $5 to be able to utilize the system, and that's removed, correct?
I know that you can get that refunded, and I will double check that it's absolutely removed.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what will be refunded, but it was, the idea is that you can't.
Yeah, I was just. It's been reduced to $1. In order to open it, we need the $1 on the card, which is similar to what you have to do at WMATA and other transit agencies to get that account open.
Okay. Just a reminder that even $1 when you're struggling, holding $1 on the key card, I don't think is necessary. And if there's a way in the SEPTA 2.0 system to remove that, I think that would benefit the majority of our regular riders who don't even have $1. I can't tell you how many times. And actually, if you talk to your people on the front lines, they'll tell you, how often it is that someone comes up and says, I don't have any money. I can't pay. I don't have it. So it's a regular occurrence that, I hope SEPTA takes into account.
Yeah, I believe it's already been brought up in our RFP process, but I will make sure it has, and I understand what you're saying.
The only other thing I just want to mention, and I'm done with my questioning, Mr. President. The only other thing I just want to mention is, as you're recruiting for all of the positions that you need, I certainly hope you're looking at our high schools. That you're looking locally. We've got a lot of young people who are getting ready to graduate, and there's a lot of talent there that could be tapped into to come on board with SEPTA. We don't have to do searches. I don't believe if we go locally and go to our high schools and start recruiting now. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Was that me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Leslie. I know I'll just be short here. I just want to go back to the team again, and I know I put out a question there before in the first round, just to see how many touches were duplicate touches.
For the engagements,
Yes.
Ken, I don't know if Ken was able to get that information.
Yeah, Councilman Squilla, we right now, we just started annotating that data just recently and they're actually called unique touches, unique contacts. And for right now, without looking at the data in front of me, I would say we're around 20%. So 80% are first-time contacts and around 20%, but I can have a more robust number for you a little later.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. You could, if you just share it with Council President when you get it and whenever you put that data together. I think as we look at these touches, it's so important to be able to look at the data to see what we are doing good, what are we not doing good, how we can improve, because it's important to be able to, as we do this outreach, to be able to see what works, what doesn't work, and how many people we get the help that they really need. I appreciate the process that SEPTA has taken to put this into place. And just want to make sure that we are, addressing those concerns. And my issue is if we're touching the same person maybe 2 or 3 times, then maybe we're not doing something right. So that would be able to tell us how beneficial the program is and what we may need to tweak in the future as we do that. So that's all I have for you. Any other questions, I'll submit in writing. And I know everybody's overwhelmed and exhausted at this point. So thank you for your time and efforts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Council President. And I'll be very brief, recognizing we have another department. But I just wanted to put a few questions on the record relative to the bipartisan infrastructure legislation and also SEPTA's climate resiliency and the work you all are doing around the climate adaptation plan. And so if you could talk to us about how SEPTA has engaged in a climate adaptation plan so that you all understand how your facilities and infrastructure will be impacted by climate change, and with that, how you all are thinking about the projects you're putting forth for consideration for the bipartisan infrastructure package, particularly if it's a project that will be competitive and not formula-based and automatically awarded to Philadelphia. And finally, what additional planning steps are you all taking to further reduce system emissions across the SEPTA system? Thank you. And Leslie, when you answer that, if you could just talk about how you all are engaging with your environmental justice communities as well as you undertake that work. Thank you. And thank you, Council President.
Sure. Let me touch on a few. I know you want to get to Parks and Rec, so I'll touch on a few things here. And again, Council Member Gilmore Richardson, we're happy to do more details. First of all, I'm happy to report we just hired a new innovations officer, and I believe you may know.
And so I will tell you, when I found that out, when we had OIT's hearing last week, I was very surprised, happy for SEPTA, sad for the city of Philadelphia, but I know you have a wonderful addition that will really help to continue this work as you move forward. So kudos and congratulations, Emily.
Thank you. I just want to let you know we didn't actively engage, right? Like they we put it out, but it's an amazing position here, right? And I know both of us as well as others, we love to see young women advancing in their careers. So it's a wonderful thing. Just to touch on a few things that we're really happy on our sustainability issues, and we do take climate change very seriously. I strongly believe that every time we get someone else on SEPTA, we are helping our environment, right? We are removing someone from a vehicle and greenhouse gas emissions. So we're generating over 25,000 megawatts of clean renewable electricity with the solar farms that we engage in across Pennsylvania. It represents 7% of our total electricity demand. So not only are we looking to zero emission fleets, which we are, but we're also looking at the energy that we use. We have solar rooftop installations. We have one on Fern Rock Shop. I ask you all to come out and take a look at it if you haven't seen it already. And we also have Fern Rock, Burridge, Calla facilities. They all have solar generation equipment. And that is helping us with over 4,000 megawatts of renewable power that avoids almost 1,500 tons of CO2 emissions. And I love all this. My background's environmental science, so I could go on to this for a while. We completed the phase 1 of our zero emission bus plan, master plan. We're evaluating the feasibility of battery electric buses versus fuel cell electric buses. You're talking about the bipartisan infrastructure law. There are a lot of transportation uses, but there are also a lot of energy uses, right? They're looking at different hubs. I've spoken to PECO. I've spoken to, Philadelphia Gas and Seth Shapiro over there, and we were looking. And we're all working together. It could be amazing for our region. It could be amazing for clean energy and what we use. And so also want to let you know that we're tracking and analyzing our use in electricity, natural gas, vehicle fuel, water, waste, recycling. All of these things we're very much interested in, and I'm happy to go into details with you. But just please know that this is part of the work that I truly enjoy. Having someone new helping us with it as well, who really understands the city, which was such an advantage, I think, for the city and SEPTA. So we're happy to give you more updates. And in the interest of time, happy to have this conversation offline and share with City Council as well.
Yes, well, I knew the bell was approaching, but thank you for that response. I also want to pose to you, and we can talk about this offline, how we continue to engage our environmental justice communities, particularly.
Yes, you asked about that.
Yeah, so particularly if there's an issue like a bus depot or a bus stop or one particular issue, how we engage our communities. And last question, I have to get on the record because our young people are off from school today if they're in the Philadelphia public school system for Eid. And my daughter asked me a very interesting question. I have to get this on the record. And she wanted to know why they cannot use their SEPTA key cards on their day off from school because I allowed them while we were in budget to go to the local shopping center and they caught the bus. She wanted to know why she was not able to use her SEPTA key cards. I had to get that on the record for my daughter because we are a SEPTA-friendly family and we utilize SEPTA on a frequent basis, and I had to get that on the record for her. Okay, thank you.
10 seconds on each. Number one is this equity and infrastructure project is aligned with the Justice 40 initiative coming out of the Biden administration. So that'll get to the environmental justice communities, but I can get into more details. And please let your daughter know that it is not free transit that SEPTA gives the school district. It's paid by the Department of Education from the Commonwealth. And the requirement is that it is utilized while school is in session. That's why it cuts off after they get home from activities. That's why it's not good for weekends. But we are happy to talk about that if that is something that you want us to take on. I didn't want your daughter to not feel satisfied that she didn't get a little bit of an answer tonight when you see her.
No, thank you. And actually, she's here listening because they're off from school today. But I had to get that question on the record because she asked me, and I said, well, we're in budget hearings right now. So thank you very, very much for your work, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. That concludes our questions for our witness from SEPTA. I want to thank you very much for your testimony today. Look forward to continuing working with you and to get these people back on public transit, maybe even Darrell Clark. Right?
I look forward to it, President Clark.
All right. Let me know when those folks take that ride.
Will do.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We'll be back with you. Mr. McDermott, our next witness to testify is?
The next witness to testify is Commissioner of Parks and Recreation, Catherine Ott Lovell.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, are you connected and ready to go? Yeah, I think you're on mute. No problem.
Device set. Can you hear me now?
I got you. There you go.
Well, that feels like a miracle.
You could just, Commissioner, state your name for the record, and you can proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Good afternoon, Council President Clark and members of Council. My name is Catherine Ott Lovell. I'm the Commissioner for Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. With me today is our executive team, including our Deputy Commissioner Aparna Palantino, Deputy Commissioner Sue Buck, Deputy Commissioner Frank Faby, Deputy Commissioner Patrick Morgan, Deputy Commissioner Bill Salvatore, Deputy Commissioner Marissa Washington, and our Chief of Staff, Sudha Suryadevara. It's a pleasure to be here today. I appear before you today to present our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2023, which includes a general fund obligation of $68,146,068 and grants revenue of $13,421,890. The FY2023 general fund budget reflects an increase of $2,776,110 over FY22 estimated obligations. The FY23 general fund budget reflects, the Class 100 request of $56,916,061 will support the department's authorized level of 787 full-time positions, 100 part-time positions, and over 1,400 seasonal positions. This includes the living wage increase for those seasonal staff. The men and women serving Philadelphia Parks and Recreation's represent various backgrounds and diversities. The Parks and Recreation staff is 44% African American, 4% Hispanic, 3% Asian, 49% white, 29% women, and 71% men. In 2018, Parks and Recreation and the Office of Human Resources worked to overhaul our hiring process for recreation leader trainees, the entry-level position for the program division of our department. Through a robust recruitment effort, guided and supportive application and qualification process, and a new testing format, we saw a significant increase in the percentage of people of color qualifying and eventually being hired for the rec leader trainee civil service position. In fact, over those 4 years, we saw a 107% increase in hiring of people of color for this position. I want to acknowledge and thank staff at Parks and Recreation for their extraordinary dedication to our department, our assets and programs, and the constituents we serve each day. Parks and Recreation staff must especially be recognized for sustaining our department's operations through the global pandemic. When schools, businesses, stores, and even churches closed their doors, our parks and recreational assets remained open. Our rec centers became food pantries, virtual learning centers, COVID testing sites, and vaccine clinics. Our parks and trails saw a 50% increase in usage over the past 2 years. Our staff became essential workers, and I believe as a city we demonstrated the true value of Parks and Recreation as an essential service provider to our city and its residents. Over the past year, Philadelphia Parks and Recreation embarked on a system-wide effort to provide higher quality programs and to realign our staffing structures to better serve communities in need. This initiative, called Realigning as We Rebuild, is the third goal of our department's strategic plan and involves using crime, health, and poverty data to inform how we staff and program our rec centers and public spaces. Designed with this neighborhood-based data and reflective of racial demographics, new community service areas, CSAs, will be piloted in PPR program districts. These community service areas will include clusters of Parks and Rec facilities and sites, as well as designated program staff to form new partnerships and programs to increase activations at formerly unstaffed sites across neighborhoods. This initiative will focus on advancing equity of services and programming in underserved neighborhoods increase training capacity and development for staff and program partners, address user and staff safety, and adjust hours to offer more structured and relevant programming to better serve all communities. In FY22, our capital projects and skilled trades teams completed 100 capital projects, including building infrastructure improvements, playgrounds, spray grounds, field and court renovations, security and life safety improvements, trails, and site improvements. Our natural land staff initiated a forest gap restoration experiment to test organic forest management techniques and successfully cleared invasive vegetation from 13 acres of degraded parkland in preparation for stormwater management and reforestation projects. Our operations staff provided emergency response for Storm Ida, helping to clean up and repair close to 20 miles of trails, in total spending 61 days on cleanup and repairs from that devastating storm. Our Tree Philly team safely distributed close to 2,000 trees for home planting in yards across the city and held 31 tree pickup events with an extensive network of community partners and door-to-door home delivery for vulnerable residents and those without access to a vehicle. Tree Philly also planted over 4,400 trees and shrubs, of which 76 were propagated in-house and added 10 new acres of reforestation areas. Soon, Parks and Rec will release the Philly Tree Plan, a 10-year strategic plan for equitable growth and care of Philadelphia's urban forest. Over 8,000 residents provided input to guide the plan through a citywide survey, 32 community meetings, and a compensated neighborhood ambassador program focused on communities that are the highest priority for environmental justice and most in need of a new tree canopy. Also, our Urban Forestry Division deployed the new CityWorks GIS-centric asset management system for all tree-related work and completed a GIS inventory of over 150,000 park and street trees. This past year, Parks and Rec also developed a public-private partnership to create a composting facility to compost food scraps from recreation center programs. We also launched our first ever inclusion plan called Rec for All, which will enable us to better serve and build inclusive programs for individuals with all abilities. Core to this effort is a new Director of Inclusive Services position, which will advance programmatic assessments and needs at recreation sites, professional development, delivery, and training for Parks and Rec staff, and the creation of new programmatic partners and resources for people of every ability. PPR is leading a citywide partnership to introduce Philadelphia's first ever urban agriculture plan, to lift up Philadelphia's rich history of urban farming and gardening, and to clearly define the resources, the policies, the processes, and programs necessary to sustain it in its future. This plan will support the adoption of new pathways and strategies, ensuring all residents have access to food they need and want, as well as foster a greater community connection to local food and places where people are growing food. Our FY23 budget increase of $2,776,110 will enable us to undertake the following initiatives. We will expand and enhance our operations in Kensington in direct response to community concerns around quality of life issues escalated by the opioid epidemic. We will hire 2 additional operations crews, totaling 9 individuals, who will provide daily cleaning and maintenance support at parks and recreation centers throughout the Kensington community. We will continue to implement our staffing restructuring using an equity lens and with a focus on staff safety by ensuring at least 2 staff are at each site during operating hours. We will partner to implement a citywide youth sports plan in an effort to increase access to high-quality sports programs, to provide trainings for youth sport coaches, and increase accessibility to youth sports for young women. We are also planning for an exciting and productive summer season for 2022. Starting in July, we will operate 110 summer camps for up to 7,500 youth. We will provide meals at over 300 play streets as part of our year-round meal distribution program, which provides over 2 million meals annually to young people. In partnership with POIN, we will employ over 1,300 young adults between the ages of 14 and 21 with meaningful summer jobs. Starting Memorial Day weekend, we will turn on over 100 spray grounds, and God willing, we will open swimming pools throughout June and early July. I can assure you we are doing everything humanly possible to recruit the close to 800 pool staff necessary to safely open 65 swimming pools this summer. Lastly, we are proud and honored to be hosting an International Urban Parks Conference right here in Philly from June 18th to the 21st. The Greater and Greener Conference, led by the City Parks Alliance, will be an opportunity for us to showcase the extraordinary public spaces our city has to offer for the entire world to see and enjoy. I want to thank each of you for your tireless efforts on behalf of your constituents and your care, concern, and support for parks and recreation facilities in your districts and throughout the city. Should any council member wish to engage in further discussion on any of these matters, my staff and I are available to meet with you at your convenience. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss our department with you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, are any folks from Rebuild with you today?
I believe Kira Strong is on, Council President.
Okay.
Hi, Council President. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming there are going to be questions about facilities and whether or not they'll rebuild a recreation. I'm not sure. But anyway, Commissioner, last year, I got my district council hat on today and a lot of my questions. Talked about the Discovery Center. Technically in Councilman Jones' district, but adjacent to my council district at 33rd and Oxford. And, this was an issue, actually goes back to the Nutter administration when we basically entered into this long-term lease with the folks from the Audubon Society. And there was always some question about whether or not this was being built for the people in that community, i.e. Strawberry Mansion in the North Philadelphia community. And we went ahead, we put money in it, we signed off on the lease agreement, the whole 9 yards. And last year, I expressed my concerns, and some from the visuals that I see when I go out there and I frequent that location a lot, just kind of driving by, and also by complaints from local residents about, this facility, which cost a lot of money to build, wasn't in fact for the people in the local neighborhood. And they didn't feel that it was then. And my question to you today, what have you done? Have we done a count? Is there any real participation from local residents? I know early on they were told, well, we're here to watch birds. I'm paraphrasing. And if you don't want to do that, then there's really nothing here for you to do. But sometimes you have to change, what you do to accommodate the people in the local neighborhood. So what have we done to address that?
Sure. So we, after that, thanks for that question. After that conversation last year, Council President, we've had several one-on-one meetings with the leadership at the Discovery Center, including the director of Outward Bound and the director of the Audubon Society. And those conversations, I think, have been very productive in helping them better understand what the feedback that we've been hearing from the local residents. And I do think that they've made some really significant improvements, including extending their hours. That was the biggest, complaint that we heard from residents, was that they wanted to have access to the site. And they wanted to have access to the site every day. And so they extended their hours for weekends as well as later into the evening, so that folks who come home from work, can go over there and walk around the center and have access to that. On the weekends, they wanted to have access to some of the water activities and some of, the other, activities that are available there. And I think they've made some great strides in that direction. I don't have the numbers for you, but I can get them for you to give you a full report of some of the efforts that they've made since we've had those conversations. We've had several follow-up conversations, and I have felt good about some of the progress that they've made. And hopefully you've heard about some of that progress from your constituents.
Not really. I mean, I heard that they added another community member to the board. It brings them to the grand total of 2 on the board. This was never, this is one of those ones I signed off on. I just had reservations on day one. But what I need you to do, and I know you don't operate it, you meaning the Department of Education, need you to get me all the information on the usage, the demographics of those individuals. I know there's a number of private events being held there, like the list of all of the private events being held at that facility, the demographics on the individual that have those events at that information. If in fact there are any money generated as a result of the private events, pretty much the nuts and bolts of what's going on at that facility. Because I just have to tell you, I don't see any measurable improvement. I know years ago there was some concerns raised to folks at the Smith Playground. They've done a remarkable job. and inclusion, and we actually almost got the 3 bus extended to actually stop in front of Smith Playground. I don't see the same over at the Discovery Center, so whatever information you can give me on that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that information to you, Council President. Absolutely.
Thank you. The capital budget issues, that's one of the reasons I asked for a rebuild. So you got 22.6 million in capital for neighborhood parks and facilities in FY2023. And one, I'd like to get a sense of the plans for that appropriation. And then you got a significant number of carry forward dollars in this appropriations for FY23. And then in your capital budget on page 185, according to the capital budget, Parks and Recreation has 77 million in carry forward appropriation. So can you tell me what's the plan and the realistically likelihood that we're going to be in a position to get this money spent on facilities around the city of Philadelphia?
Sure. Aparna Palantino is here with me, so she can respond.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of City Council. The funding, the FY23 capital request we've made is for very specific projects. We're happy to share a list of those. It's itemized in both our request to city planning, and I'm happy to forward that to you. Actually, we are in a position to spend down on most of it. Many of the projects, actually, it's only a particular phase of design or construction that may be covered through that ask. We do have a majority of the ask is for some of our infrastructure at our sites, roofs, HVAC systems, things like that. In the natural lands, we're not getting a lot of money, but it is related to some of our historic houses, our natural lands in terms of creek banks, restoration, natural lands restoration, tree plantings. And then we have a few larger projects that we've asked for funding, many of which we quite haven't gotten, but the Dell Music Center, for example, is one of those that improvements are being funded through. In terms of the carry forward, much of that is actually tied to projects. One of our challenges is we don't necessarily get enough money in one fiscal year to be able to complete a project. Some of the projects are multi-million-dollar projects, so we have to save up for a number of years to complete them. Some of those are recurring annually. The Schuylkill River Wall, for example, any given section is usually a $2 to $3 million project. So that's a carry forward that you will see continually in our budget. But we're happy to provide details on what those allocations are for.
Yeah, I'd like to, and I'm assuming you don't have that list of particularly the 22 million that I referenced. You don't have that available today.
I do. I could certainly go through
that.
that.
Is it long?
It's pretty long.
Oh, it's pretty long. All right. Okay.
About 3 pages, so yeah.
All right. And this whole issue with respect to rebuild versus recreation, have you all ironed that out yet? Because it is, and then, I've talked about this in the past as other members. It's confusing, it's challenging, it's frustrating. This whole issue where you teed up projects in Parks and Recs, and then rebuild came in, and I got to say it, Cecil B. Moore still being discussed. Bottle Square is still being discussed. Right? These are 2 projects that were initiated under Parks and Recs. Actually, the Cecil B. Moore Rec Center was where we had the grand kickoff of rebuild, and for some reason, it's still a conversation. So I'm just, that whole issue, I just never understood why we did that. And it's really created a lot of concern. People in these communities, they don't really care about the nuances of how we do our government. They see a facility. They know that they were promised to have it done. It's not done. Period. That's all they want to talk about. And this whole public engagement rebuild versus the public engagement in Parks and Recs, which actually was, frankly speaking, as a long-term district council person, was comfortable with. You have a meeting with the folks in the community. They'd meet with the advisory council. The advisory council would then talk to the rec leader, and then it would make its way to the council person and the recreation, and you get this thing, you sign off, boom, now rebuild comes in. They got this long system with all this public engagement, like Federal Square, and we're still talking. So, and I know that's not on you. Just hearing a little bit of my frustration coming out. And I know the mayor is equally frustrated with the timing of a lot of these projects because he wanted to get a lot of this done on his watch. So are you guys working together?
We are. We work very closely with Rebuild on all of the sites, of course, because ultimately when they're completed, they come back to us to continue to program, operate, and maintain. So we do work very closely with Rebuild. Much of what we are working on as a department is those sites that are not Rebuild. There's staff dedicated to the Rebuild projects. And I'm sure, Kira can speak to that, but I just want to say on the record that we do work very closely with them.
All right, I want to come back. I know members got a lot of questions about both issues. So I'll come back a little later on the next round. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker, I believe.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. Let me be intentional about using a minute of my time, Commissioner, to say a good late afternoon to you. And I want you to know I am being intentional when I shout out these folks: Ken Shepard, Dana Robinson, Maida Sukup, Todd Calistro, Amina Claiborne, Mark Whaley, Siobhan, Fletcher Anderson, Miss Florence, Ed Carpenter, Janelle Harris, Emily Coleman, Ty Kane, Kurt Foster, Alice Dignam, Elliot Hughes Taylor, Mac McMorrow, Andy McLaughlin, Walt Muhammad, Alberta Gibson, Lisa Whittle, Ebony Hatcher, Azura Robinson, Jerry Bogatitz, Megan Funk, Nina Lish, Nobuku Ajima, Chris Creelman, Sue Buck, Anthony B., I always screw that up, Francesco C., Frank, the infamous Fabi, Arpana, Sudaha, and all of our advisory council leaders. I just used a minute of my line of questioning to say thank you to them because at all of the rec centers in the 9th District, and I know my colleagues feel the same, when I get those calls after hours, when people are going home from their 9 to 5s, those are the people who I call to get things done. And Commissioner, I want to say thank you to them. And I know you, as I heard you reflecting your testimony, truly appreciate your team. So thank you so much for that. And let me also say that I call you after hours too. And thank you for not always acting like you're busy and you always pick up the phone. I appreciate that. First, during our tour of one of my rec centers where we are working on some plans now, Simon's Recreation Center, we identified that many of our athletic programs over there, they use revenue from the concession stands to cover fees for participants. Now, much like I feel when I think of business improvement districts, we know the fundraising prowess of different rec centers and advisory councils are not all created equal. And so at Simon's and many others in my district, they use that concession stand revenue to cover fees for young people trying to participate in programs like I did when I was in Oak Lane. If my grandparents couldn't afford the registration fee, Oak Lane found a way to pick it up for me. So we discussed, you and I, when we were doing that tour, that in order to maintain their ability to raise money through this avenue, that we need to determine a route for more PPR staff to earn their Safe Serve certifications, which would decrease the level of interruptions that these groups may encounter. Have you identified any pathway to support these groups until we are able to get to the level where we have more staff with those Safe Serve certifications?
We have, council member, we actually been doing some work at FDR Park with getting some of the vendors there their Safe Serve certification, and also bringing them through other, those are independent vendors, right? So they're not vendors necessarily that are working out of a rec center, but we do have some experience with that. and looking very much forward to once the improvements are done at Simons, to making sure that we provide to those organizations as well as organizations at any of our facilities who are interested in doing that. Make sure that they have all the clearances and certifications that they need to be able to continue to vend. It's very popular at all of our centers, so we know how important that is. And we know that with rebuild, many of our centers are going to have improved facilities to be able to continue to do that and to do that better.
Right. So if you could, Commissioner, when you get the opportunity, tell us what that pathway is and what the standard operating procedure will be, so that if people call us, as you know they will do, or they will speak about it in a meeting, you know me, I want a fact sheet to say, no, for those who are interested in getting this Safe Serve certification, this is a process, a standard operating procedure that Parks and Rec has established in order to get that done. So extremely happy to hear that. Next, I want to go to this coordination with the school district. I know you are going to hear this from many of my other colleagues. Councilmember Jones and I talked about this, and you and I have talked about this early on. Super Site, Benjamin Johnson Field, Martin Luther King, many of our track and field organizations have had to attempt to utilize Martin Luther King. They have a fee that they have to pay to the school district of Philadelphia. That's unreasonable and illogical. I know Council members Jones and Thomas have been meeting with the district, but what I want to know is, as it relates to a project like Alney Recreation Center, we know right now we're under construction, so we need to have the playground conditions right next door at Finley, just like Dorothy Emanuel's next door to McCleskey. Alney is right next door to Finletter, and we need them addressed ASAP. So what needs to happen at Finletter? We need it to be milled, repaved, and a real playground sort of equipment and basketball court actually installed there. And over at Dorothy Emanuel, there's a major flooding issue over there, right? And so depending on if I'm talking to a Parks and Rec employee or a school district employee, they want to tell you that the major flooding belongs sometime to each other. Tell me, how are you coordinating with the school district of Philadelphia on issues like these, not just in the 9th, but across the city?
Sure. So I apologize because it's... Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, and Mr. President and technical team, the hope is that these delays in technology are taking time off the clock. So I just want to note it for the record.
I think it's our fault. I apologize for that. We'll see if we can figure out how to get a better connection here. But to the first part of your question, in terms of programmatic usage of school district facilities, I'm happy to report that after a hiatus of during the pandemic, not having access to facilities, that as of February 7th, we signed a memorandum of agreement with the school district so that we do have access to those facilities again and can permit those facilities for any community organization or youth group that wants to use those facilities. So we have that ability, and we are actively engaged in that process with many organizations reaching out to us to make that happen. That is good news. We're also back in Lincoln pool, using that pool for lifeguard training. So we're happy to.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, sir. Is it just me? Is it my connection maybe? Can everybody else hear them except for me?
This is, this has actually been going on for the last 2-3 days. This
report on that. In terms,
this is the court reporter. I can't hear her either.
Yeah.
Commissioner, I'm just.
I'm sorry, guys.
We're not hearing your responses. Okay, let's do this.
I'm sorry, folks.
Hey, Commissioner, are you back? Councilman had a question. You want to respond? Right.
Yeah.
And you got other people.
Apologize.
They need to mute themselves. Commissioner, are you ready?
I am, yes. I apologize. I am.
Who else
We're going to X out of this.
Whoever else is like talking, can you please mute yourself?
I think it was my fault because we lost our connection here. We lost our connection here at One Parkway. Sorry, everybody. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, yeah. Commissioner, I can hear you, but Commissioner, I'm going to ask you, if you will, very specifically, thank you for getting the memorandum of understanding on the record that you have with the school district, and now our youth organizations can use those facilities. The specific question regarding Dorothy Emanuel and McCleskey with the flooding, along with Finletter and Alney, if you could just get a response back to us, I would greatly appreciate it, because I need to be able to give a response to the advisory councils and the parent teachers associations at those respective schools, and also a formal response just on how you coordinate with the school district on issues like that, with land that is shared by school district along with parks and rec. Now, Commissioner, I want to go over to this issue of trees. I have Councilmember Gilmore Richardson to think of this as I toured through the 9th Councilmatic District, and we think about this issue of the Urban Heat Island Index. So we have gone and traveled through the district, counting which areas or blocks are naturally shaded the best based on the number of trees that are planted. Thus far, I have the 1800 block of Penfield Street. Tell us, if you will, what steps Parks and Rec has taken to address the issue. And I heard you mention some trees that were planted. But tell us how much money you've budgeted for this for FY2023, and how many trees does Tree Philly plan to give away this year? What are your goals and numbers? And this is for my Tacony Creek constituents.
Yes, council member. So so to answer the second question first, for Tree Philly, we typically give away a few thousand trees annually, and it depends on the amount of private funding that we're able to raise. So we raise all of the funding for Tree Philly. Comes from private funding, because those are trees that we give away for people to plant in their private yards. So
is there money to launch that?
Yes, we have funding for this year. It usually is somewhere, as I said, between 2,000 and 4,000 trees that we give away annually through the Tree Philly program, depending on the request, how many people request the trees, depending how much funding is available. It can be anywhere between 2,000 and 4,000 trees.
Now tell me this, that doesn't have anything to do with money to tackle the backlog of dead and dangerous trees on our streets or in parks, does it?
Correct. That's totally separate. So the backlog of dead or dangerous trees is around $1.8 million spread across the 10 council districts. That represents around 2,300 trees, trunks, and stumps that need to be removed. And at our current allocation, which is approximately $500,000 annually, you can see that the backlog is between 2 and 3 years. So, and again, know that every year more trees die, right? So that backlog right now, if we were to not have any more trees die, we could get through that backlog in about 3.5 years. But of course, every year more trees die. So
I just want to note for the record, and I know I've talked to district council members about this. Many of us in our individual meetings with PPR, we've allocated dollars from our district ITEF budgets, in order to get this work done. And if you are able to GIS, because I haven't seen it. If you've sent it to Commissioner, I apologize. I haven't personally looked at it. It would be great if we could have that information, GIS, for all council districts, along with the dollar amount that it would take to remove those. But again, of major concerns, and especially when you mention the storms that we've gone through, the issue has it went down, it was calm for a bit, but now it's coming back up on the radar. In addition to that, and this will be my final question, I heard you talking about diversity and equity and inclusion, and you mentioned the enhancing our pool so that Black and brown candidates in particular are getting a fair shot to compete for these positions. With that being said, tell me whether or not the replenishing, so to speak, of your budget to get us back to pre-pandemic levels, will some of the class 100 budget go to new hires, and what systems have you put in place to ensure that pipeline, and tell me, about that rule of two and how it's impacted you, because that was the example that you always gave. Every time we talked about diversity and inclusion, how do we get more Black and brown people in the pipeline to become leaders? Because nothing was more frustrating than knowing the center, because you worked there for 20 years, and then somebody else who had the ability to pass a darn standardized test better than you could, they ended up running the center, and you ended up having to train them because they do absolutely nothing about the facility where they were going. So tell me about that, and I'm going to go on mute, Mr. President, and listen. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, we'll get you that information on the trees. Absolutely, we have all that information mapped, and we can get you that information on the hiring. So with this allocation increase this year, we'll be able to hire 24 additional employees, and the good news is that the bulk of those employees will be rec leader trainees, and the rec leader trainee is the position that we worked very hard to overhaul, essentially, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, to ensure greater equity. So as this is before you helped lead the charge to abolish the rule of two. So when we had the rule of two, what we did was we created a recruitment effort, which we hadn't done before. We changed the way we assist people, their and qualification for the test, and then we changed the test itself. It is no longer a multiple choice test. We changed how we interview for the test, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, our rec leader trainees, over 4 years, we increased the people of color on our rec leader trainee list by over 100%. So that is actually was a great case that we made to finance and budget in allowing us to increase the rec leaders, because we're pulling from that incredibly diverse list and essentially changing the face of the demographic of our rec leaders. And those are folks, as you know, that will eventually promote up into those leadership positions. And now that the rule of two is no longer, we're going to have so much more opportunity and accessibility for those individuals to move up and promote through our system. So I'm really, for the first time, I know the rule of two is not operationalized until this week, but for the first time, feel incredibly optimistic about the future of the racial diversity of our department. And I thank you for your leadership on that.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. My questions are going to be primarily around the urban agricultural plan. I saw that there is money for the urban agricultural plan, and I want to determine what is the funding for. And I understand that staff will be hired, and I was wondering how many staff, and will each staff be a civil service worker, or will they be exempt? We can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
You're on mute, Commissioner.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. We will be presenting our urban agriculture plan sometime in the next few months. We're very excited about that plan. Unfortunately, we do not have funding at this time to implement that plan. So we did request for an allocation to hire staff for that, but we were not granted that in the FY2023 budget. So we do not have, we have one staffer, Ash Richards, for urban agriculture right now, and some seasonal employees who support our Farm Philly program. But at this time, we don't have additional staff for the urban agriculture plan implementation.
So since there's no money for staff, just for clarity, so there's no way to advance the programming and plans that the urban agricultural plan created? Is there money to do any of the implementation? Because I heard from some schools and community members, and they've been reaching out about how to install greenhouses or community gardens in their neighborhood. And I was wondering, will staff have the materials to move forward with these initiatives?
Not at this time, Council Member. We will certainly continue the existing urban agriculture programs that we've had for some time, including our Farm Philly program, which sends farm educators out to recreation centers to do farming programs with children at our summer camps and our after-school programs. But at this time, we don't have additional funds to implement the urban agriculture plan.
I think I want to just add to the record that, this had become an issue because I've been doing a little work around community gardens and urban farms. And it actually started with me meeting with the Black farmers up at, is it Pleasant Playground? And soil generation. And they talked about, as Philadelphia as a county, we didn't even have representation through the PA Department of Agriculture. And as we began to move forward and seeing that as we continue to grow these environmental initiatives that are centered around whether it's food justice or just preserving urban space, we need to make sure that these investments are made. So I think that if we don't get funding for these type of programs, they'll begin to fall apart. And I think the work that a lot of the urban farmers and Ash and some of these other folks around community gardens is detrimental to the needs of, food sustainability in different parts of the city, and just what it means to have an urban agricultural plan here in Philadelphia, in which we're leading some of the work nationally, but we don't have the representation to move it forward. So I will continue to advocate for this particular measure because I think it's something that's important.
Thank
you so much. Council President, that ends my lines of questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. Hey, how you doing, Commissioner? How are you?
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as always. Just want to give a shout out to you and your team just for the work that you all have been doing throughout the 2nd Councilmanic District. All the great work we're doing at FDR Park. I've probably seen you more recently post-pandemic than I did probably pre-pandemic, just based upon the level of work that Parks and Recs is doing. I want to also give a special shout out to my good friend Frank Fabian, who I text and call just about all hours of the night, when constituents are reaching out to me to get things addressed. And so just want to also acknowledge him, and also your design team, Francesco and Aparna, just making sure that when I reach out regarding my design requests and trying to upgrade my parks and recreation facilities, we're able to get them done in a timely fashion. I want to get an idea of, and I'd be remiss if not acknowledging the work that Parks and Rec did during the pandemic. Y'all really stepped up to the plate. Y'all kept the city moving forward. We had play streets. We kept feeding young people. We used recreation centers as places where the school district children were able to come in. So that should not pass upon this body and administration lightly in terms of the work that Parks and Rec did during the worst health pandemic that we've seen in our lifetime. So I wanted to put that out on the record as it relates to this budget process. Obviously I have an interest in, and I spoke to you briefly about it, but I want to go on record about individuals in our neighborhoods who are seasonal workers, those who have worked for years and years with Parks and Rec, those who are trusted in our community, but they don't have the ability to become full-time workers in our recreational facilities. I'm probably going to lose a couple individuals based upon this type of experience, and wonder what could we do besides the civil service approach to allow those individuals to have a pathway to become full-time workers with Parks and Recreation, which I believe is necessary, and then give us an idea of what programming you will be doing with your budget. Any event, I know it's not your decision, but any event that you had additional funding, right? I'm going to say your wish list in key areas that you believe that we could expand upon if you had additional funding.
Thank you, Councilmember. On the seasonal question, I want to first thank you for acknowledging the seasonal employees who essentially run our system for decades. And I don't know where we would be without some of these individuals that run our summer camps and our after-school programs and help to maintain our parks. And we have close to 1,400 seasonal employees on our books at any given time, and they work for 6 and 9 months at a time, and they are truly extraordinary. And it is certainly a very deep hope for us to provide pathways for those seasonal employees that want to work for the department full time. It is a challenge. It's a challenge, because of some of the requirements for full-time positions, specifically on the program side, where many of these seasonals work and where their heart is on the program side of what we do, working in those rec centers. And there are very few positions, civil service positions, where you don't need a college degree, and that is a barrier for these employees. One thing that we are looking at, thanks to the additional funding we received to implement the goal 3 of our strategic plan, is to increase the number of positions that we have called recreation outreach workers. This is a full-time permanent position that does not require a college degree. It is full-time with benefits, and we have been successful when we had a workforce development program called PPR Pathways. We were successful pre-pandemic to route 9 individuals from that program into full-time jobs as recreation outreach workers. Many of them had been seasonal employees for us for decades. And so, unfortunately, that program was cut in the pandemic budget cuts, but it's our hope through this additional funding we've received to add some recreation outreach worker positions. I think it's an incredibly valuable position because it is about outreach, and these individuals who have been seasonal employees for us are the best ones to be doing that outreach and to be, really serving as a liaison between us and the communities. So that's our hope. Of course, I would love, to be able to employ more individuals in the recreation outreach worker position, but we are limited with the number of positions we have in our budget. In terms of a wish list, I could talk for hours about my hopes and dreams, but it is certainly my hope that we can continue to provide a very high level of service, not just quantity, but also quality of the services we provide. I think we're on our way there with this new implementation of the staffing restructuring in our system. I think that's going to be a huge driver for us in terms of the quality of our programs. Of course, we always want more staff. I think with the increased violence in our city that has directly impacted us and our staff at Parks and Recreation, that's been an incredible challenge for us. A year ago, there was a rash of, if you can call it that, of shootings that happened on the grounds of our rec center, 16 and counting, 60 shootings that happened within 100 feet of our recreation centers. And I know that our recreation leaders don't want to work in those centers alone. And for a long time we had about 100 sites.
Okay, she froze again?
Yes.
This is crazy. Okay. Problem.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm on as a perna now because I'm obviously frozen.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Smart move. That was smart.
There you go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
So you were talking about the level of staff?
It's ours. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry again, everybody. My camera's not on, but I'm here.
So you were talking about staff. Go ahead.
Yeah, just in terms of the wish list, I think, always looking for more staff to support our recreation centers, especially in areas most impacted by violence.
What's your current budget?
Our current total budget, that's why we're here today, isn't it? Let me get the exact number for you. I don't want to get, it's 68 million and change, council member.
And what was the budget pre-pandemic when we had to make all the cuts?
Our budget, let me give it to you this way. In 2020, in the budget cuts, we received around $11.6 million budget reduction. Last year, we received a $6.7 million increase, so that we, we're closing the gap on that budget reduction. And this year, we're receiving a $2.7 million increase. So we're still a little behind where we were on those pre-pandemic levels.
So additional $5 million would bring you back to the 11 that you originally had.
I think it's lower than I think it's lower than $5 million. If I'm doing the math, it's probably around 2.5.
And what would you do with that $5 million?
No, sorry, they're telling me I'm wrong.
If you had 11, and they gave if you had 11 cut.
We had 11.6. They give us 6.7, and now we're getting 6.7 back.
Right, and then now they gave you another 2. Correct.
Correct. 2.7.
Okay, so that's somewhere between 4 or 5 will close that gap.
Yes.
Okay, I'm public school paying graduate, but I think I got the numbers just a little bit. Right.
People running those numbers. Right? Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and so I have an interest in the pathways to
PPR Pathways program. It was a workforce development program to bring seasonals in full-time employees.
I have an interest in that particular program that I want to circle back with you and your team on, as well as the council president and the administration, to see if they would be supportive of additional funding, particularly around that project. And here's why. And Councilman Jamie Gardier talks about this all the time. We really are in a state of emergency when it comes to gun violence here in the city of Philadelphia. And we all know during this upcoming summer, our young people want to use parks and recreations as their safe havens. There's no way around it at all. They're not going to any other facility, any other location to hang out, right? They will be at our parks and our recreational facilities. And I know we have a limited budget, but I also want to make sure that we're investing in those key areas that keep our young people safe. If we don't want them standing on the corner, then they should be participating in a program at our recreational centers across the city of Philadelphia. If we don't want them picking up guns, right, then we need to make sure that they're safe on the basketball court, right? And so those are the interests that I have around programming, staffing, and support of our young people. What is the strategy in terms of working in partnership with the Philadelphia Police Department to make sure that as this weather breaks right now, right, we're open to young people getting involved in things that aren't beneficial to our community on the basketball courts or inside the playgrounds? What's the public safety strategy for parks and recreation?
Thank you for asking that, Council Member. We have a great partnership with the Philadelphia Police Department and meet with them very frequently, to talk about all of the concerns that they have and we have around making sure we keep kids and everyone safe who has access to our facilities. The police, after last year's string of shootings that occurred at our rec centers, they were incredibly supportive, assigning officers to recreation centers, assigning officers to every single one of our pools. We meet with the police. Actually, we meet with them next week, as we do every spring in anticipation for the summer. We have a very large meeting with all of our senior staff and all the top brass in the police, and we have a very a working meeting to talk about all of our initiatives. To go through, all of our sites. We are actually, we work with the police GIS team, and we coordinate their team with our GIS team so we can do an overlay of, sites that are in the most, the areas most impacted by violence, and we can make decisions around staffing and around police coordination with that data. We're having that meeting as we do every year. We will talk about pools. We will talk about summer camps. We will talk about play streets, and then we will also talk about basketball leagues. And what we do for that is we, require everyone who wants to host a summer basketball league outdoors to do a permit. We collect rosters. We share that information with the police. We have police at those locations for those, and that's for the permanent events. That's for the events that people tell us about, and that we're aware of. And then we also coordinate with police on a targeted enforcement effort to make sure that we get a lot of complaints on Mondays from community residents who live along Cobbs Creek, who live along, Hunting Park, and, have issues around quality of life issues like amplified sound and ATVs. And so we have a great partnership with the local captains to ensure that we do our best to address some of those quality of life issues for local residents who live near parks and public spaces and want to relax like everybody else on the weekends. So I'd say our partnership with PPD is very good. We're very grateful to them for their support, and we they're always at the other end of the phone call for us.
Thank you very much, Captain. Keep up the good work, and I will be in contact with you and your team to see how we could be supportive of some of the key things. At least I have an interest in supporting Parks and Recs about.
Thank you, Councilman.
You, Council President.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Commissioner, and to your team, Suda, and everyone over at Parks and Rec. We enjoy working with you all, and really the responsive nature of your office and just always getting back to us. Just wanted to say thank you, and special thanks to Lori Hayes for working on a constituent case that we worked on together for almost a year, and she was just phenomenal. The constituents called back to the office and talked about how involved and engaged she was in the issue, and I just wanted to say kudos and congratulations and thank you for that work. Council member, our majority leader, Sherelle Parker, talked about our urban tree canopy already, and it quickly, it went right into the line of questioning that I had. And so, I'm going to talk about the tree plan and my interest in that work. You all have really put a lot of resources and staff time into the tree plan. I mean, in my opinion, the robust community engagement process that you all engaged in and really undertook in this model for really understanding the needs of the community and the wants of the community in the development of the program is a model that is to be commended. And I just thank you for the robust engagement. And so what resources, and you talked about this a little bit, but I want to get it on the record anyway, but what resources does the department need to fully implement the tree plan? And how will a lack of funding for the next steps in the plan further erode residents' trust in local government? We're talking about environmental justice and, being equitable across communities and building trust in communities. And so if we don't have this funding, how can that potentially erode residents' trust in the work that you all have done, on the onset of the report around engagement? And then what opportunities will there be in this plan to provide more career pathways for individuals who do not have college degrees?
Councilmember, could you repeat the last part of that question? I got the question, I just didn't get the last part.
Sure, and will there be any opportunities to provide more career pathways for those that lack college degrees as around some of the work that's slated to happen if the tree plan is fully funded?
Thank you for that question. So the Philly tree plan, so let me be clear that our all of the work we've done over the last 10 years through Parks and Recreation and our partners, right? So the Horticultural Society, the Philly Tree People, all of our the U.S. Forest Service, all of our partners that work with us on the city's tree canopy, because we don't do this work alone. Although we are responsible for all of the street trees and the urban forest and the park trees, we don't do this work alone. In spite of all of the work that we've done over the last 10, 12 years, before we did the Philly Tree Plan, we did a LIDAR study to actually look at the tree canopy again 10 years later after the last time we looked at it. And, what we found out was that in spite of those efforts, we still saw over the last 10 years a 6% decrease in our city's tree canopy. That was bad news and shocking for us because, we've raised millions of dollars, private funding to distribute yard trees. We have, planted, tens of thousands of trees, and yet we are still losing this battle in terms of making sure we maintain and grow our urban tree canopy. So that is why the Philly Tree Plan has been so critical, and I can't thank you enough for your support and your leadership on this issue specifically. So to answer your question in terms of the resources that we need, we know that we need staffing to support the implementation of the plan. We need additional arborists. We need additional engagement specialists. this. We know that trees are, one of the top issues we have as a department, and we know for you and council, it is one of the number one issues you guys get as well. And so we know that we can do better in terms of managing our customer service response to people who reach out about trees and have questions about trees. So we asked for some funding that unfortunately was not allocated.
Commissioner, and apologies for cutting you off because I want to try to get in all of my questions, but if you could send us a list of what you need for the urban ag plan and the tree plan to really implement the recommendations from both of those plans and submit it to council president for dissemination to all members of council, that would be exceedingly helpful. Because I think we need to understand, not only from a class 100 perspective, but if there's other classes where you all need to see additional support to carry out the goals of the plans, both urban ag and the tree plan. Okay, so if you could do that for us, that would be exceedingly helpful, so we have something to look at as we deliberate and continue to negotiate. Very quickly, I just wanted to get on the record all of the facilities and the assets that you all manage over at Parks and Rec, and I think it's important, as we've talked about, that we take this whole government approach to the environment and sustainability, and really as we look to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And so how are you all at Parks and Rec looking at ways to improve your efficiency, reduce stormwater runoff, create more healthy spaces, particularly as you are undertaking your facilities maintenance and upgrades? How do you incorporate that in your plans? And have you all engaged in a climate adaptation plan to sort of understand the facilities that you oversee and how and if they would be impacted by climate change?
Councilmember, we're going to let him turn it on our Deputy Commissioner.
Councilmember, thank you for your question. While we don't have a complete plan in place, we are in the process of working with the Office of Sustainability. We continue to get training for our staff members to understand, the requirements of both buildings and sites. We've worked with Green Building United to assist us in this effort. So we continue to find ways to train staff and work with other departments around this. Sustainability is a key component of all of our projects. There's, of course, regulations in place to ensure that that is accounted for in capital projects. Also, the work in our Natural Lands Division is something that focuses heavily on not only restoration, but also conservation of our natural lands. We may not have enough money to do as many sites as we'd like to do, as many reforestation projects, as many erosion control projects, but we do have a long-term plan with priorities of all the projects that we'd like to do within our system.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that response. I knew the bell was coming, but I will submit my additional questions to the department. Also wanted to give a shout out to all the workers at Parks and Rec, and particularly the workers in DC 33 and 47 for all of their work, and I'm supportive of the efforts that they are currently undertaking, and I wanted to put that on the record. And lastly, for the additional questions I have, I will submit them to the chair for response, but I wanted to give you all kudos for the recruitment effort you did around the lifeguards. I saw Councilmember Johnson, my colleague, and you, Commissioner, out knocking doors, recruiting young people, and I just hope that we continue to undertake additional opportunities for workforce development with young people in the School District of Philadelphia. Thank you, Commissioner, and all the staff, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you very much. And Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President, and good evening, Commissioners. Great to see you and your team. I'm just going to dive into my questions. To follow up on where you left off with Councilmember Johnson, you said you wish you were able to hire more staff, especially staff to work in areas that are under siege from gun violence. Do you have an idea of how many more staff you would want to hire, what that would cost, and what difference these staff would make in terms of the programming available in these areas?
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, to be clear, we have been given an increase over the last few budget cycles to increase the number of program staff that we've been able to hire. And through this goal 3, which I talked about in our opening remarks, realigning as we rebuild a new staffing structure based on equity and access, we will be able to hire 43 total new staff members for the program side of what we do. So we're very excited about that, and excited that many of those are coming off that new recreation leader trainee list, and that will also include seasonal employees as well. So that will allow us to have 2 people at every facility in our system, and we feel that's a great improvement from what we've been able to do historically. And it will also allow us not just to staff our recreation centers, but also to provide programs at previously unstaffed facilities and parks. So you're going to see over the next few months to year, we're going to see increased programming, at other locations, non-traditional locations within our system. It's really, the mindset is moving from staffing, a staffing model that was very static and based on the size of the facility, to a more dynamic staffing model that focuses on staffing entire communities and neighborhoods as opposed to facilities themselves. So of course, staffing is always a benefit, but I do feel confident that we're going to be able to make some really tremendous improvements with the implementation of this goal of our strategic plan.
Thank you. Are you aware that the administration-led budget focus groups found that citizens' highest priorities included public spaces and parks?
No, but that's nice to hear.
Oh, okay. Yes, the administration went out and did engagement on the budget, and people said that their number one priority was our parks and public spaces. And I wanted to bring that up because, I don't believe that this budget proposal reflects the will of the citizens who were engaged. And frankly, though I'm glad that you're going to get 43 extra staff members, I still don't believe that meets what this moment is calling for, which is a historic investment in parks and recreation to help our kids emerge from COVID and to combat the gun violence crisis. And so with that in mind, can you just specify for me right now how many rec centers have 3 full-time staff members, how many of our rec centers have 2 full-time staff members, and how many of our rec centers have just 1 full-time staff member, and how many of these positions are filled and vacant? And I understand that you may not have all of this information at your fingertips, and so you can follow up in writing afterwards, but I think it's really important for us to know what we're working with, especially as we continue to weather this crisis of violence. And can you also please specify what neighborhoods these centers exist in?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Council Member. We will need to get back to you on that specific. We believe, for example, none of our centers have 3 full-time people on all the time, right? So our centers have 2 full-time people on perhaps, and then a full-time caretaker that's there in the mornings before the center opens. But at any one time, I don't believe any of our centers have 3 full-time people on. Usually, as I said, we have 1,400 seasonal staff members who support, our operations and our programming. So much of what we do is, just weaving and knitting together staffing structures based on those seasonal employees that come on for 9 months and then go off for 3 months. So we more stitch and knit that together to create a staffing complement to make sure our centers can fully operate. But we'll get back to you with that information.
Thank you so much. And I just think with the levels of especially youth violence that we've been seeing, we need to move past stitching and knitting and really give our rec centers, particularly in neighborhoods that have been struggling, the full staff complement that they deserve. How much increased traffic have PPR facilities received over the past 2 years, and how much additional funding is in your budget to account for increased maintenance and operational costs associated with that increased traffic?
So we don't have counters at all of our parks, right? So the way that we've been able to to estimate increase over the last 2 years is through how much trash we pick up. And we know that other cities, other municipality park systems are using the same metrics. So we've seen a 50% increase in trash. And so we're equating that to a 50% increase in usage. And we know that, for instance, the Schuylkill River Trail saw a 1,300% increase in usage. So even more than that, because there are counters on the trail. So it might be much higher than 50%, but we have counters on the trail, so we're actually able to determine that. We are receiving an increase, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, to support operations crews, new operations crews in Kensington. That has been as a result of some very frank and honest conversations we've had with the residents of Kensington, who are in the midst of so many quality of life issues there from the impact of the opioid epidemic and the pandemic. And so we received a $990,000 increase to create 2 new operational crews in Kensington. That will be about 9 staff members, and that also includes vehicles and equipment for those crews. So that's not in response specifically to your question around increased usage, but more around pandemic and epidemic, opioid epidemic response in that community.
Okay, so I'm appreciative that we are putting in that extra cost for Kensington, but we've not done that as it relates to the rest of the city. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, that is where we've made the increases in Kensington to fill that critical need right now.
Okay.
But we're excited about it because it is the first increase in terms of operations staff that we've had in a very long time. So we know that we need additional operations staff. That'd be extraordinary for us.
I hear my time is up. I just want to be to let you know that I appreciate you, Commissioner, and your team. You all have valiantly worked through the pandemic, showing up every day in our communities. You valiantly worked through the gun violence epidemic. And you always do more with less, but I just think we have to get to a place where that's not the expectation and that's not the baseline for what we're offering to our children as far as parks and recreation in the city of Philadelphia. So thank you for your efforts, and I'm hoping that this budget cycle we can get to a different place. Thanks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council Lady. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Council President. First, I want to say thank you, Commissioner, to you, your team, Suda especially, who we bother all the time, and of course Fletcher too. I do my camp every year at Finley, so that's always appreciative to be able to work with Parks and Recs folks. I also coach high school basketball, so some of our games end up in rec centers. I think I was just at one recently, and always warm, welcoming, good folks, hardworking folks on the ground, and the work that was done throughout the course of the pandemic as well too. So, thank you to your entire team. We appreciate you. That's first and foremost. I talked to you enough. You probably know my question already, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it because I think it's one of the most important issues that we're facing in our city, which is issues around public safety. A lot of these issues are involving teens, not just as the victim, but also as the culprit. And, I've always been a believer in the best way to address issues around teens who I've worked with for over a decade is to positively occupy their time. The best tool we have to address public safety on our end as on this side of government, as the legislative and executive branch, is to provide resources. And so with that being said, your budget does not keep parks and recs open on Saturdays and Sundays throughout the course of the city. I'm wondering, I'm sure you can't say why that is, but if you do know why, of course, that would be great. But how much would it cost us to have parks and recs open on Saturdays and Sundays? I just want us to think about where we are with public safety, the impact that this has had on teens specifically, the fact that a lot of our young people use our fields, especially on Sundays, because of football. So with that being said, talk to me a little bit about what would that cost us to have parks and recs open across the city and staffed on the weekends?
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
You can now. Yes.
Oh, God bless America. Probably should have asked for an increase for IT, right, guys? I'm sorry, I apologize. So, thank you, council member, for that question. So I don't know if we have ever been, I don't know if the department's ever been funded to be open more than 5 days a week. We oftentimes, depending on where our Class 100 stands, can authorize either comp time or overtime, or can stretch seasonal employees or assistant rec leaders, which work more flexible schedules, to support recreation centers on weekends if there's a programming request for weekends. I have some statistics. In the fall of 2021, 25 of our sites were staffed for weekend, just Saturday programming. In winter of 2021, 16 sites were staffed for weekend, Saturday, and Sunday programming. And then in spring of 2022, 58 sites were open for weekend, Saturday programming. Again, these aren't consistent hours. These are open for specific programs that have requested to use that facility. And if we've been able to make it work from a staffing perspective, then we do that. To open rec centers on weekends, with 2 full-time staff members at all of our sites, it would cost approximately $11.8 million annually. If we were just to open our sites with gymnasiums, which is about 55 sites on weekends, it would cost approximately $4.6 million. That's to open facilities on Saturdays and Sundays with 2 staff members.
Thank you. I think that that's worth the money. I mean, I don't know about other folks, but when I look at where we are as a city, and for us, certain things, our hands are tied, right? There are certain things we can't do anything about, but there are some things where we can step up and say, for maybe one summer or for 1 year, we recognize that this needs to happen for the next couple of months. I mean, it's no secret that in the summertime, we see an increase in free time for young people. And we know what happens when young people have free time with no structure. I'm wondering, do you think your staff will have the appetite and be up to it if we were to say that we want to see our rec centers open on weekends? Is that something that would land well with employees? Would they agree? Would they disagree? What type of support system would they need as far as police presence? I think that this is something that we should truly explore, just because I think that we should be creative in how we figure out how this money is spent. I don't think that we should stand for not being open on the weekends in the middle of all the crime that we're seeing across the city of Philadelphia. I don't see how it makes sense. I'm wondering, what do you think the trickle down effect will be in your department as far as how folks will receive this?
I think we wouldn't be able to do it with our existing staff. This would require us to staff up significantly. We definitely don't have enough staff, to do that now, unless everybody agreed to work overtime. And I honestly, I think, some people would be willing to work the overtime, but some people would want to be home with their families, or quite frankly, have other jobs on the weekends. So this is something that we, while I think our staff would be supportive, I'm not sure that they could manage that themselves. I'm sure they couldn't. So the numbers I gave you in terms of what it would cost to open sites on weekend would be to increase the number of staff, in our budgeted staff members to be able to hire and deploy staff to cover those weekends.
So last question, and then I'll go. How about if we were just to pick maybe our bigger rec centers across the city of Philadelphia, maybe our top, and do it in a way where it's equitable, where it's done in where every part of the city get an equal amount of rec centers that are open on weekends? What if it were done on a smaller scale, where we would maybe take the top 25% of our rec centers that are the biggest, or top 50% of our rec centers that are the biggest, and maybe open them? How realistic do you think that would be?
Yeah, that is, Councilmember, that's the second number I gave you, which was the 55 sites that have gyms. Those are really our biggest centers. If you have a gymnasium, that's our larger centers. We have about 55 of them. If we were to open, and honestly, that's where the request for weekends is. Really, it's the facilities with the gyms. And that would be around 4.6 million to keep all of 55 centers open for 8 hours a day every weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for hanging in there. And I'll submit a bunch of questions by email because I know everybody's dying today. But and I don't know if Catherine's internet's going to hold up. But I want to follow up on two of the same issues some of the other council members has, and we talked about trees. And I know at least in our district we have offered additional ITEF dollars to help with trees to go and remove trees in our districts that are dead and or dying. When we have the budget for trees, is there a budget for maintenance in the trees?
So yes, I had talked about the budget to clear the backlog of dead and dying trees. That's about 1.8 million. We also have a street tree pruning backlog, so we are able to just prune a fraction of the trees that need to be pruned. And pruning the trees is the maintenance, right? So that's the critical maintenance that we need to do. That's the maintenance that helps. A tree might not be dead or dying, but if you don't prune it, it will die eventually. You really need to care for the trees. So we have a pruning backlog of $2.3 million. It's about 22,000 trees that are on our list to be pruned and maintained. Again, that's, it's significant. And at the
I knew she was going to freeze.
Yeah. So we're going to do a serious IT review.
Yeah, I'll send a.
So sorry.
Oh, there.
I'm so sorry. So turn that off. Can everyone? Sorry, never mind. We've got it back.
Real quick, Catherine, and I'll.
Guys, we're having real challenges over there.
Yeah, we are. Apologize. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Real quick, Catherine. So the money is in the budget for the dead trees, and
yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 1.8 million.
No, I'm sorry. 1.8 million is a backlog, right? So that's the backlog. We get about $500,000 a year, but then trees die every year, right? So that's what's hard. It's like you never really catch up, right? So it would take us at this point 3.5 years just to make it through that backlog, given the funding that we receive annually, about $500,000. The street tree pruning annual amount, I'm checking on. Do we know what? But the backlog for street tree pruning is around 2.3 million.
All right, so we'll never catch up. And I think that's part of the problem, because if we're looking to increase our canopy, if we continue to lose trees that need to be trimmed because they weren't, or maintained because they weren't, and the trees that are dead or dying are not going to be replaced by new trees, where you can't place a new tree into an existing tree pit that has a tree and it is dead, we're going to continue to go backwards. So it sounds like we're spinning our wheels, where we should put an emphasis on the maintenance of these trees and have the money in the budget for that, and then catch up to start to increase more and more additional trees as we move forward. Is that something that has been talked about at Parks and Rec?
Sure. Yes. I mean, we know that it's the number one, if not the top 3 issues that we receive through 311, through outreach directly to us, through outreach from each of your offices. Trees, whether it's tree maintenance or tree removals, is got to be the top 3 requests that we receive on a daily basis. So it's something that we understand is an issue. We know that there's limited resources. We do what we can with the resources that we are able to receive on an annual basis. But it's certainly something that could use additional resources, like so much of what we do. I also want to mention that while removal and pruning is important, so is planting. And we're also not planting at the rate we need to be planting either. And so, I can't stress that enough, that there's also a backlog for planting, not as significant as the pruning and the removal, but we also, if we're really going to grow the tree canopy, we have to replant as quickly as we remove, and we're not doing that frequently. I do want to acknowledge the district council people who have allocated ITEF dollars, to assist with tree removals, but unfortunately, that number. You give us funding to remove the trees, and then more trees die in the district. So, it's an ongoing cycle.
All right, thank you very much. And it's a challenge, but I think we need to really look at that. And if we're going to be really interested in growing the canopy, we'll never be able to do it if we don't catch up. And I think there's a will to do it, so hopefully we'll get to do that this year. Real quick, and I'll leave the rest to my questioning in email. But as far as hiring, and I know it's been a challenge hiring. We talk about staffing, and I think Councilmember Gautier mentioned about number of people in there, the new policy of having 2 staffers for the centers to be open. Maintenance of facilities. Again, this goes back to maintenance where you have your worker there taking care of the building. Is there still a backlog in higher maintenance? Because I know that was something you were doing now, and does every facility who's supposed to have a maintenance worker have one?
Not yet. So you're asking a couple of different answers to that question. First of all, there's 2 ways we maintain our facilities. Well, a few ways. We have about 60 of our facilities have full-time maintenance individuals. We call them caretakers, and we still have a backlog in terms of vacancies for that position. We have been able to get through it very recently. We hired, a whole team of folks who came off that list, and so they're starting literally as I speak. But we still have a few vacancies left with the caretaker position. We have a significant vacancy rate in terms of people who work on our operations crews. So for all of those sites, the 100 sites that don't have full-time caretakers, the way they're maintained is through a crew that comes around twice a week to help support the maintenance of that facility. And we do have, a significant number of crew vacancies. But perhaps the biggest struggle we have is around the skilled trades. So we have a wonderful deputy commissioner for skilled trades that you all know and love, Frank Faby. He oversees a team of 75 skilled trades people, everybody from painters to plasterers to HVAC to carpenters, electricians. And we currently have a vacancy rate in skilled trades of 27%. These are the men and women who are completing our work orders. And we have never struggled as much as we have in the last few months to hire skilled trades employees. And I know it is an issue throughout the city. But it is an issue that we feel acutely at Parks and Recreation because of, our lack of capital funding. Often our skilled trades teams are, maintaining our facilities and getting one more year out of the boiler and one more year out of the pool because we don't have the capital funding to put towards a complete overhaul of that need. And so having that significant vacancy rate in skilled trades is really, really difficult for us. It's not for a lack of trying to hire. OHR, has been incredibly supportive, as has our HR team, but unfortunately our salaries aren't competitive in this climate right now to attract people who want to work in these skilled trades positions in the city.
All right, thank you. My time is up. Thank you for your work and help, and we have a long way to go. And I'll submit the rest of my questions in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. That appears to conclude the questions for this particular witness at this particular time. I want to thank you very much for your testimony and your responses and the work you do for the citizens of the city of Philadelphia. So there being no additional questions, this committee will stand in recess until Wednesday, May 4th, 10 a.m., at which time we will reconvene on Microsoft Teams. Thank you all very much.